everyone. Thought I'd react to more videos. It's, like I said, my other stream. I did a reaction. Episode one. I may go live again, so I went live. I'm live again with more reaction to videos. I like doing these live streams. I'm not sure if they said something about deleting. Some of the videos will be deleted. Because maybe some of my live streams will be deleted. I'm not sure if it's probably still be on YouTube, but if they get deleted, I don't know if I'll start over again or just don't do episodes no more. Just do the stream. They said they're gonna delete it if you can upgrade to the. I don't want to upgrade. I don't want to pay no like $34, $35, $36, and it's $45 if the discount is over. So that's why I don't want to pay the premium plan for my StreamYard. I'd rather be on a free plan for now. I can afford the premium plan, but I'd rather stick with the free plan for now. Unless I want to. I don't know. I'll think about it, but that I do like using StreamYard, so that's not I probably would pay for it if I wanted to. But now I'm just gonna be on a free plan. I'd rather be on that than to pay for it. So let's look at more videos. I'll think of a video to play. I'm gonna play music in the background. Okay, let's listen to Larry's freestyle. He did it 9 months ago. Another freestyle. Let's listen to this.
Yo, check this out. Freestyle off the top of my head. Yo, 2024. I'm just a nice white guy and I'm sitting here chilling. My day off from work, Lord willing. Maybe in an hour or so I'll start grilling up some grilled cheese and eating some of those along with some peas and some corn. I was born August 16th, 1992. We got about 2 weeks away from my birthday. Hooray! Can't hardly wait. It's going to be great. I'm going swimming with some friends without no debate. Hopefully, they will be around so that we could all go. Hopefully, my brother get the time off so he could also go. I really want to go to a nice restaurant afterwards. You hear the words of the saying right now. I know it sounds so disturbed, so perturbed. I'm just rapping off the top of my head, doing my best, sitting on my bed. My legs are spread out and everything is cool. Just talking about random things. It's what I want to do. So yeah, have a birthday coming up, and I'm really excited for that. I really hope it doesn't suck. The only way it would suck is if nobody shows up, and I'm just sitting here all day in my room feeling bored. If only Jordan lived closer, he could join me on my expedition. As long as he respects me and my friends, because most of them are Christians. There's only a few that don't believe. I know Asim's gonna join me on my birthday. I'm sure he will be ready to receive a fun time with us. He's a nice guy, along with his wife Saudia and his daughter Sophia. They are people that I do trust. Saudia's really helped me out with some nice rides. When I need to get back home, she's willing to oblige. But that's because she knows that I'm her husband's good friend, so she doesn't mind helping me out in the end. Hopefully, Joseph sees this and knows that his mom owes him and his wife $30 because she didn't make it to his party when it came to the dinner time, and she got to pay him back the money. Otherwise, man, it really sucks. They're gonna get mad at you guys for not keeping your word and keeping your promise. And man, I say that would really suck. But Joseph usually keeps his word when it comes to those sort of things, so we shouldn't have to worry about that. Even though he owes him for some French fries and he owes him for some wings over at Maggie McFly's at the mall. I really did have fun on that day, July 18th, playing some video games at Dave & Buster's. It was really fun, y'all. Earned myself more points. I just wish we could have gone golfing, but he didn't have enough money. But at least we had fun doing that. And Sam was cracking jokes, and it was quite funny. And the dinner was quite nice as well, but his mom didn't join. She has dementia. She has trouble trying to find a place. So it really stinks, man. That was such a waste. But hey, what more can I say? At least I had a fun time anyway. For now, I'm just relaxing. It's my day off. I don't have to go to work today. I was offered overtime yesterday night when my boss came and talked to me. But I said, no way. I said I didn't want to go into work. Didn't feel like it. Wanted to rest. Sometimes don't mind the overtime because it's going to pay me $26 an hour. Oh, yes, yes, yes. But sometimes just need an extra rest, R&R, in order to be able to do your best work for the next day and get real far. Wish I had some money, but I ain't getting paid today. I get paid next Friday. So I'm just chilling right here. Gonna play me some games in a little bit. Chilling with Jackal Gold Kick. Hope he's doing well. Hope that he gets over his illness right now, because right now he's got a cold and he's really sick. I'll be praying for him, and I'll be praying for Samurai Red, the X-File dude. I'll be praying for all these other YouTubers out there. Hopefully they're not going to be snotty and act real rude. I have a lousy attitude. I got a tooth here that needs to be removed. Hopefully on August 5th everything goes well, and that the pain will subside after the 2 days or less, so that way I can get back to work and do my best. I did request those 2 days off because I'm going to need it. I'll be in too much pain, but that tooth needs to come out because it's driving me insane. No, when I'm rapping, I got to flow like Lil Wayne. I know that I'm white. I know I broke the hip hop code. Please don't fight me because of it, because I know that I'm tight. But other than white, still able to spit these bars that be coming out of my pipe. I just don't have a mic, but I'm still able to rap and I'm still able to write, still able to sit these bars every single day and every single night. People be feeling me and they be giving me a sub. They be saying, yeah, Larry, we got to give them some love. Brotherly love, no homosexual love. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, let's say praise the Lord up above. But I do appreciate my fans checking out my videos and watching me rap, that they like to watch my video game videos and watch my cat, and that they also like to hear me talk about politics and other things like that. Do rant videos, but I rant videos is slowed down because I want to focus on gaming for the most part and not act like a clown. But what I said in the past about the side bullies out there that's still around, I just hope that God changes their hearts for the best because we don't want these people around. We want good people to be making content as content creator. Lord Jesus Christ, serve him forever. There's nobody greater. Coming in with these rhymes be something that you like it was buffalo wings. It'd be something for you to savor. Put it on your tongue. Has lots of flavor. Yeah, you know you want it. And if you wanted something sweet, buy yourself some now and laters. Jack Gold Kicks package going out very soon. September. Please remember, it's not going to be going out in December because that would just procrastinate. Even though it is supposed to be partially a birthday gift and a Christmas present, but I won't do that to him because it wouldn't be great. Plus, I want to be able to get this last package sent out, and I don't want to be sending no more because I ain't got the dough for this, of course, for sure. Well, I'm about to go. I hope that you was feeling the flow. Be listening to me talk about random things when I'm rapping, yo. Made it happen, yo. Have yourself a nice night. I hope that everything will be okay. Everything will be all right. I know Ultima right now is probably chilling, playing his Nintendo GameCube and drinking some Sprite. Keep it tight, y'all. Keep it tight, y'all. Keep it tight, y'all. Keep it tight, y'all. Word up. 2024 Revival.
Yeah, like I said, his rap is okay, not the best. He's not like the best or anything, but definitely decent. But I'll probably give him like a 6 or a 7 in his rap freestyling. But I think he's pretty good if you like write it down. At time I'm rapping, I do bad writing down. Definitely the Batman fan is he likes to freestyle. That's the way, just the way he does it. But I prefer writing down and then just memorize it and then just write it that way. But I don't really freestyle really, but I just write it down. I had to rap. Sometimes I think of raps and I just write them down. I should write them down and then just rap over it. Just think of a song, think of a chorus, just to write it down. You know, memorize it, and then if you want to do it on video, just do it on video. I wanted to see another video from his name is Uncle Tim Rants and Reviews. I want to see another video of him. I'm now subscribed to him. I like this video that I shared. Uh, what was the video I shared? The golden area is over. Golden area of video games is over. So now that physical media is dead, I'm gonna react to that video.
Hello, YouTube fam. It's your Uncle Tim. This is Uncle Tim Rants and Reviews, a channel that I ran in our review. I'm your host, Uncle Tim. Fam, a lot of people talk about this physical media. And they said, where would we be at in 5 years? Would there be anything left? Would they still be selling games and, Blu-rays, DVDs, and, stuff like that in the stores? Do I honestly believe they'll still be selling this stuff? No. There's a decline in demand for physical media. Just being realistic. If it wasn't for the retro gaming community and all of that, physical media would be gone. If it wasn't for the diehard, the people with the nostalgia for VHS tapes and Blu-rays and laser disc and all this stuff would be in a landfill somewhere. What they're trying to do is eliminate all this stuff. What is the purpose of me selling you this and I'm not getting no more money off of it? But if I offer all these streaming services, you got to pay me every month. You see where that's going. There's no win in some of this stuff. This is why I'm saying choose your battles. If some video games are too high for you to buy, wait a minute. See if they go down in price. See if you can find it somewhere cheaper. But my whole thing is, physical media has gone the way of the dinosaur damn near. If you go into Target and Walmart, you look at what the owls used to look like. You can look it up from the 90s. You had Best Buy. You had nothing but. You had owls and owls of CDs, Blu-rays, DVDs, tapes, video games. It was just packed. Then any new emerging physical media technology, mini disc, laser disc, stuff was in, vinyl. Everything was there. But if you look at it now, you don't see none of this stuff. Slowly but surely decreasing. Why is it decreasing? Because the demand, like I said before, is down. A lot of people don't understand that each time that you turn around, it's something new happening. These companies have thought of ways to make us pay. And like I said, it's okay to have streaming services and things like that, but also continue to buy your physical media. I understand they done raised the prices of this shit so high. And I got to blame us for that. When the prices were $10, I have programs from back in the day when Atari games were like $10 to $20. Then they went up to 30. I'm talking about just video games. Then went up to 40. Nobody said anything. There was no boycotts. There were no marches. And I know y'all saying marches for video games. Yes. Video games then was $100 million business. Now it's $1 billion business. So you telling me you're not going to march, you're not going to protest, you ain't no sign, no online petition to, have them to drop prices, because prices are damn near at $100 for a video game. Look at your comic books, which is physical media. Look at the prices on them. I remember damn comic book had went up to $10 damn dollars just because it had a prismatic cover. Each book was 10. And I'm like, damn, then the regular books was 5 and 6. I'm like, who could do this? This is why I'm saying pay attention. The devil is in the details. It's not that, everybody think, oh man, then, he gonna say this and he gonna say that, and that's all he talk about is doom and gloom. No, I'm telling you, pay attention. If you really want your community to stay on top and where it's at, you need to speak up. You need to talk. I know people say I whine and complain all the time. This is the only way people hear. Nobody hear you when you quiet. Closed mouths don't get fed. Nobody pay attention when your mouth is closed. They pay attention when it's open. People only understand when you messing with their money. And I'm not doing nothing illegal. I'm just talking. People understand when you start talking that it has potential to mess with their money. Think about it. What have you got out of this? You buying $100 game that a little while ago was damn near $80 to $70 damn dollars. You being gouged in a way that is so damn bad, then you got to go to the fact that you can't find none of this stuff in stores half of the damn time. The mom and pop stores who sold video games, and you had like record stores that sold vinyl and CDs. Then you had like comic book stores that sold comic books, and You know, you have a lot of these stores now closing because they can't afford to stay open anymore. You know, you think it's coincidence that they're being pushed out of business. They're being pushed out of business for a reason. You know, these big corporations, they want them out of the business for they can make more money. They don't want to share the profits with anybody. They want all of it for themselves. And this is what I've been telling you for the longest. The reason why physical media is dying out because they want all the profits for themselves. Companies want to continue to make money off their investment. Even though you like, man, but you get 22, dollars per movie, and you add that up, that's like blah blah blah. Yeah, but still think about it. That's the money I made off of it. And before, only way they were making money off of movies then again was if they re-release it on another a format, steelbook now. They put it on DVD, then Blu-ray, then steelbook. Now you're looking like, damn. And then they come up with streaming. Remember back in the day, you used to could watch all the channels on Hulu, every last one of them. If you missed your favorite show, you could watch it on Hulu. Oh no, you can't even do that now. You can only watch certain channels on Hulu now. Channel 2, oh man, they got their own thing. The Paramount Network. Shit, that's kind of pricey. And I'm sitting here thinking, that's a perfect way for them to continue to make money. And then they hit you with the fact that, oh, you also declutter. It also saves you space where if you're trying to be a minimalist, you don't take up space and it don't clog up your area. Man, you know what? If all the power go out and I got a lit generator, I could still put my Blu-ray in and play it on my TV. If all the internet go out right now, I can still play my retro games, my movies, watch look at my books. You know, if I got a flashlight. My whole thing is, if the power or the internet, you still got things to do, man. You see, they trying to have digital action figures now. What the hell would I want with a digital action figure? Like I said, back in the day, they had Cityville, Mafia Wars, and Farmville, which was the biggest out of all of them. Between 2005, I say a good 2005 and probably 2010, Farmville was a big thing. Man, after a while, it died out because they even tried to take it, to get stock because it was doing so good. People were playing, they were hooked. It was something. Then after a while, you got the thought about it. I ain't getting nothing out of this. I have nothing to show. I'm getting all these buildings, all these crops, all this rings and money. You ain't got nothing to show for it. And you sitting here thinking they had glitches in the game and they reset all the stuff. If you paid money, they end up resetting it. You lost a lot of stuff. And you sitting here like, man, this ain't fair. This ain't even fun no more. I end up closing my accounts on all that stuff, man. This is why I say you really need to pay attention because they have ways of getting over on you. And sometimes we don't pay attention to some of the bigger stuff. We only pay attention to what we want to see. And sometimes the stuff we want to see, man, we really need to pay attention to it. Look at your movies. They're trying to do away with shows, bro. During the pandemic, they did a test run where they were showing movies at your house. You didn't even have to leave the comfort of your home. Ain't that something? They trying to find ways where they don't have to use these buildings anymore. Where they could just go ahead and you paying, but you at the comfort of your home. You at home. You don't even have to leave. Damn it, sometimes you should leave your home. It's good for everybody that you leave your damn house. Hell, people forget what the hell you look like after a while, man. Well, I ain't seen them in like a while, like. But I'm looking at it, man, and I just want to say physical media don't just go to like, your video games, comic books, Blu-rays, laser discs, VHS, it goes your money too, your action figures too. All this stuff is even us. They're talking about replacing us at work with robots. I probably said this already. But what the hell would all of us do? What would you need us for? You got 7 to 8 billion people on this planet. You replace all of them with robots. What the hell would you need anybody for? It don't make sense. And it haven't made sense in a long time. That's why I'm trying to figure out why they're trying to replace people. It's the stupidest shit I ever heard of. Well, we don't have to pay people. Yeah, you don't. But, yeah, pay attention. Will all reveal itself, man. It's not me pandering to people. It's me telling you there's some other shit coming, man. Like the pandemic did with the cleaning supplies and every damn thing else. You know, the pandemic also taught people how to be resilient and stuff like that, because during the pandemic, there wasn't a lot of physical cars out there. So, you know, people sold their cars to dealerships and stuff like that. Then people from the dealerships, they end up, because they couldn't move the cars or they couldn't get any more, they lost because they were just sitting there. So a lot of them closed. So what happened was a lot of the rental places, they end up selling their cars because they couldn't do anything with them. Nobody was going anywhere. They didn't need a rental car. Look at it now. As I said again, during the pandemic, people didn't have rental cars. They were renting U-Hauls and using them as vehicles. And you were able to rent a U-Haul for a set amount of days. In most places, it was cheaper than renting a damn car. Ain't that funny? It's amazing how ingenuity always works, ain't it? You know, this is why I say keep paying attention to everything that's happening, man. It all will work itself out. But till later, fam, peace out.
That was a good video. I actually agree the physical media just been extinct, but people still own it. Like Larry the Batman fan owns the physical media. I still own physical media. I prefer physical media over streaming digital version of video games. But it's more convenient to go digital. And everybody watching TV, everybody movies on digital streaming services are taking over. No more physical copies no more. I noticed that. Less physical media. Well, this video, I'll play some music in the background. I'll look for another video to watch and react to.
Ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura gave graphic testimony today at the trial of Sean P. Diddy Combs. The 38-year-old singer says Diddy was frequently violent. Make the wrong face, and the next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. She was asked about this now notorious hotel surveillance video that shows Diddy beating and kicking her when she tried to run away. She says she suffered busted lips and bruises all over my body.
A lot of the people inside had to put their head down because they were having a hard time watching that video.
She arrived at Manhattan Federal Court wearing dark glasses, a brown coat, and turtleneck dress. It was the first time they'd been in the same room together in 6 years. What was Diddy's reaction when Cassie walked into that courtroom?
What we've seen so far with her being on the stand is he's being interactive with his defense counsel, and he has been taking notes, passing those notes to his defense counsel, because this cross-examination of Cassie is going to be very intense.
Cassie Ventura is in the 9th month of her pregnancy and could give birth at any time. On the witness stand, she often rested her hands on her baby bump and shifted in her chair. She also spoke in a very low voice and frequently dabbed her eyes with tissues. In view of her advanced pregnancy, the judges agreed to grant breaks about every 90 minutes. She described sex orgies in which Diddy would watch me with another person and actually direct us on what we were doing. I was confused, nervous, but also loved him very much, she told the jurors.
How is Cassie feeling today?
Cassie Ventura's husband, TV actor Alex Fine, came to court to support her.
Ms. Combs, what is this like for you? What is this like for his family?
Diddy's daughters also returned to court today, despite walking out during disturbing testimony yesterday by a male escort who testified he was paid to have sex with Cassie Ventura while Diddy watched.
I actually believe that he's gonna probably go to jail for a long time. He deserves it. But all the things he done to that woman, I wouldn't do that to a woman. But he just a freak. All that stuff he did, really crazy. But he's going there. He's probably going to jail for a long time. But that for him. Let's look at another. Let's see if there's any more videos that I can look at. Here's another YouTuber just saying the golden age of gaming. The eternal golden age of gaming. You return to the golden age of gaming. I return to the golden age of gaming. Let's react to that video.
Remember when you first held that PS2 controller and booted up games like Grand Theft Auto 3, Metal Gear Solid 2, or Medal of Honor? You watched as those iconic blue blocks appeared, that warm and fuzzy chime, just transporting you to a whole new world.
Even 20 years later, when I turn on my PS2, that feeling of wonder and nostalgia still hits me like a ton of bricks. I knew back then, just like now, that gaming would never be the same.
It's a PS2!
The best entertainment system in the world.
I've been waiting for this day. I'm gonna cry right now. I think I'm gonna cry.
I'll make you wish you were never born.
The greatest era of gaming.
The question is, why? What happened during the 6th and 7th console generations that created such lasting experiences? How did systems like the PS2, Xbox 360, and Wii transform gaming from a small niche hobby into the mainstream culture-changing force that you know today? Come with me as we dive into the perfect storm of technology, creativity, and culture that created gaming's true golden age, and explore why we may never experience it again. We're going to take a look at some of the best games from the era, share some stories, break down the tech behind these games, and dive into all of the big changes that explain why this time period matters more than any other in gaming history. This is the golden age of gaming. Remember when game consoles were just for games? It seems almost ancient now, but there was a time when our beloved gaming machines did exactly one thing: play video games. But then we entered the year 2000, and DVD players were these fancy new devices that most people couldn't afford. I remember walking through electronics stores, seeing those sleek DVD players behind glass cases with price tags ranging from $600 to over $1,000, which is crazy when you realize the median cost of rent at this time was about $600 in 2000. All that just to watch movies that were slightly better quality than VHS. For most families, a DVD player was a luxury item locked behind a huge financial barrier.
There are waiting lists and tickets just to stand in line and get a chance to buy PlayStation 2, the hottest game to hit the market.
Then Sony launched the PlayStation 2 with a built-in DVD player at just $299. Creating an entertainment Swiss Army knife that revolutionized living rooms worldwide. The commercials marketed it as a complete entertainment hub, offering an amazing gaming console and a DVD player for less than half the price of a standalone DVD player. The value on offer was literally impossible to ignore. Sony understood they were selling the centerpiece of your living room entertainment system, so the PS2 became the gateway to this new world of DVD entertainment that everyone wanted access to. Ken Kutaragi, often called the father of PlayStation, described the PS2 as a stealth technology for DVD playback, using games as the hook, but DVD as the justification that would open doors to a much broader audience. The genius part? Parents who might have hesitated to buy another video game system could now justify the purchase as a practical family investment. Well, we needed a DVD player anyway, became the perfect excuse. The PS2 became this perfect Trojan horse that brought gaming into millions of homes that might have otherwise resisted this idea. Sony wasn't just selling to gamers anymore. They were selling to everyone. To illustrate just how much Sony influenced everyday tech in your home, here's some quick numbers. Before the PS2, DVD player ownership in American homes sat at around 6.7%. But by 2001, 25% of American households owned a DVD player, with DVDs outselling VCR tapes for the first time in U.S. history. By 2007, 7 years after the PS2 release, DVD player ownership had skyrocketed to 80%. The PlayStation 2 wasn't just riding the DVD wave, it was creating it. Now, I was only 10 years old when the PS2 came out, so I had to ask my dad why he bought our PS2 back in the day, and he laughed and admitted, "I told your mom it was for watching movies, but I wanted to play Gran Turismo more than even you did." And that was the magic of the PS2 strategy. It gave everyone an excuse to bring gaming into their homes. And the numbers prove just how successful this approach was. The PS2 sold an astonishing $250 million worth of hardware on just its first day. To put that into perspective, Sega's Dreamcast managed $97 million on its first day. While the Dreamcast was innovative and had some fantastic games, it couldn't compete with a device that offered this kind of value, and the PS2 went on to knock Sega out of the hardware business entirely. The PS2 wasn't just winning the console war, it was fighting in an entirely different weight class. The PS2's tech was so advanced for its time that they created some truly unusual situations. Sony actually needed special permission from Japan's trade ministry to export the console because intelligence agencies were concerned that the PS2's processing power could potentially be adapted for military use. There were even rumors that Saddam Hussein was hoarding PS2s to combine into a makeshift supercomputer. Now, whether that's true or not, this shows just how cutting edge this technology was believed to be at the time. This shift in strategy from Sony was really only the beginning. It's one thing to get the PS2 into living rooms, but Sony's next challenge was keeping their console there. And to do that, they need a library of the most creative, jaw-dropping, generation-defining games of all time. Their solution? The Emotion Engine. When Sony revealed the PS2 in September 1999, they didn't just hype it up as an all-in-one entertainment system. The real star of their marketing was the Emotion Engine. Sony focused on getting the Emotion Engine term into the mainstream, wanting to get gamers buzzing about this near mystical piece of innovative technology. Even the name, the Emotion Engine, made it seem like a new generation of hardware that went beyond the traditional computer. They focused on its raw power, constantly comparing it to its competitors and claiming how much more powerful it was. They claimed it could create emotions in real time by showing facial features being manipulated. At this point, the world was asking, what can't the PlayStation 2 do? But what the marketing didn't mention is that the Emotion Engine was just one of the several processors that the PlayStation 2 relied on. The Emotion Engine was just marketing, but here's the fascinating part. Sony's hardware design of the PS2 would eventually enable some of gaming's greatest masterpieces. It's just that at first, it was a nightmare for developers to work with.
How are game developers reacting to the next generation of PlayStation? As a PlayStation Underground subscriber, you get inside access.
When developers first got their hands on PS2 development kits, many were completely overwhelmed. They received what developer Corey Bloyd described as a 10-inch thick stack of manuals written by Japanese hardware engineers, where nothing makes any sense at all on first reading. It was like being handed the blueprints to an alien spacecraft and told to make it fly. It was like the PS2's architecture existed in another dimension entirely compared to previous consoles. The system contained 10 different processors and 6 different memory spaces, each with its own unique operating rules. While previous consoles had architectures that programmers could quickly grasp, the PS2 was a technological labyrinth requiring dedicated exploration to navigate it successfully. Bloyd describes their experience as, there are so many amazing things you can do, but everything requires backflips through invisible blades. That's how hard this thing was to develop on. And this level of difficulty explains why many early PS2 games barely scratched the surface of the console's capabilities. Look at the launch lineup. Besides SSX, how many titles do you actually remember fondly? Most fell short of the massive hype surrounding the console. Developers had to learn brand new tech while making games, leading to mixed results. According to a dev, it took some teams over a month just to get a triangle to appear on screen. Then came the breakthrough. As development teams eventually decoded the cryptic manuals and shared their hard-won knowledge with one another, they began unlocking the true power within the PS2. Suddenly, almost out of nowhere, games emerged that represented a generational leap forward in what video games could achieve, both technically and emotionally. Look at Silent Hill 2, which transformed the horror genre through its atmospheric, fog-shrouded town that felt genuinely brutal and terrifying. The game created an emotional experience that previous hardware simply could not deliver. The PS2's hardware, despite the difficulty, enabled environmental effects and lighting that generated authentic dread in players, making the technical capabilities serve the artistic vision in perfect harmony. Or look at Grand Theft Auto San Andreas and its creation of an entire map with 3 distinct cities, a countryside, and mountains in a seamless open world. Once developers mastered the PS2's hardware, they could implement crowds of NPCs, physics-based vehicles, and massive draw distances that brought the virtual worlds to life in ways that gamers never experienced before. Metal Gear Solid 2 perhaps best showcases what happens when a visionary creator like Hideo Kojima meets a technological wonder like the PS2. When Snake walked across that rain-soaked tanker deck in the opening sequence with water dynamically pooling around his feet and realistic lighting casting shadows across detailed character models, it wasn't just an example of technical witchcraft. It was a defining moment for gaming as an artistic medium. 15 years later, and that intro still hits. But let's look at the incredible leap between Metal Gear Solid 2 on PS2 and Metal Gear Solid 1 on PS1. It's not just what's obvious at first glance, but the details too. For example, in Metal Gear Solid 2, each bottle is breakable. Individual ice cubes even slowly melt over time. It might be common today, but this was literally mind-blowing back in 2001. For developers, the PS2's learning curve was like scaling Mount Everest, but the rewards at the top were extraordinary. The developers that were willing to twist their games to fit the machine created experiences that defined an entire gaming generation, and to this day are still some of the greatest games ever made. I guess the Emotion Engine was real all along. This marked a pivotal moment in gaming history as hardware finally stopped being the primary limitation on creativity. With previous consoles, brilliant ideas often stayed as ideas due to technical limits. Game design constantly required compromise. simplifying worlds, reducing character counts, limiting interactions. But the PS2's technology finally aligned with creative vision, allowing developers to craft.
I'll say this. PlayStation 2 is the GOAT. Forever be the GOAT. It's my favorite console and number one console ever. Number one console. Always would be my number one console, probably ever. To that I never PlayStation 2 is the number one system. Awesome system. I'll still play it to this day. I got some games to PlayStation 2, so I'm gonna play some PlayStation 2. You know, I can play on my PlayStation 4 or my PlayStation 5. You know, us system can play PlayStation 2 games or PlayStation 1 games. I'd rather play them up PlayStation 2. If I want to play PlayStation 4 games, I play on PlayStation 4. If I want to play PlayStation 5 games, I play on PlayStation 5. But obviously, you can't play PlayStation 5 games on PlayStation 4. Maybe you play PlayStation 2 games on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. I'd rather play on PlayStation 2. So I can see the data. I have memory card on there, so that's why I'd rather get my PlayStation 2 game system. PlayStation 2 is the GOAT. I will always play that to the day I die. PlayStation 2 is the GOAT. Forever be the GOAT. I might do a video where I cut down my top 5 video game systems. That's maybe the next one of the videos I do. I still got to finish the rest of the videos that I gotta do. I gotta do top 10 WE video games. Top 15. I think I'm gonna do like a top 14. I might change to top 15. R. Kelly album. I put it as top 14. R. Kelly albums. So I might change to 15. So I might do that top down my favorite R. Kelly albums. And I'll also do that Give It To Me Jean song. I might sing that song. Just a sample. I give it to me, Jean. You ask you why, give it to me, Jean. Yeah, I thought I could sing that. I gotta think of a song. I gotta think of that song though. Yeah. Just gotta finish those songs. Just gotta finish that. I actually can sing some songs on this channel, Geno TV. If you guys have questions, some more videos, put out some more content on this channel, on my other channels too. But back to the video. Let's listen back to the video. That's all I really gotta say, really.
Worlds that players would emotionally connect with, taking games far beyond the simple joy of beating a challenging level. Games could finally tell nuanced stories through characters whose faces conveyed genuine emotion. Environments could be designed with mood and atmosphere as primary consideration rather than technical limits. Sound design could be layered and complex, amplifying the emotional impact of key moments. Ironically, the very complexity that frustrated developers at first became the PS2's greatest strength. Because the architecture differed so drastically from previous consoles, it forced creative teams to rethink their approach to game design at a fundamental level. They couldn't simply port existing techniques with better graphics. They had to completely reimagine how games would be built. By the mid-2000s, developers had mastered what was once intimidating about the PlayStation 2. Shadow of the Colossus pushed artistic limits, while God of War showed off technical feats that once seemed impossible. The learning curve was tough, but it led to a creative boom that helped shape gaming into what we know today. For one developer, though, the PS2 would turn them into a billion-dollar company overnight. And that company was a small studio out of Edinburgh called, you guessed it, Rockstar Games. In a generation that would be defined by technical breakthroughs, Grand Theft Auto 3 answered the question that few seriously asked before. What if a game just let you do whatever the heck you wanted? The results radically rewrote the rules of what video games could be. Remember playing games in the 90s and early 2000s? Almost everything followed the same pattern. Go from point A to point B, defeat enemies along the way, and maybe solve some puzzles, and you'll eventually reach the end of the game. Even games that seemed open were really creating an illusion of freedom. Then, in October 2001, Grand Theft Auto 3 arrived on the PS2 and shattered all of those conventions. I still remember the first time I played it, the moment when I realized I could ignore the mission marker completely, take any car I wanted, and just drive. No countdown timer forcing me back into the real section of the game, no invisible walls or barriers pushing me towards the objective, just a city that existed whether I followed the story or not. This was something entirely new. For the first time, I wasn't playing through someone else's story. I was creating my own. I remember spending one evening trying to get a small plane called the Dodo into the air because I wondered if it was even possible. After about a dozen attempts and some hilarious fails, I finally found the right stretch of land that let me take off. I felt a rush of accomplishment that no scripted mission could have delivered. The game gave me the tools and let me decide what kind of experience I wanted. Remember, the tech behind this freedom was revolutionary. A fully 3D city with vehicles, pedestrians, and systems that all interacted required processing power that only the PS2 or Xbox could deliver. When you triggered a police chase, the game was running AI routines, pathfinding algorithms, and physics simulations simultaneously, creating situations even the developers couldn't predict. Crash into a police car, and officers would pursue you from different directions. Blow up a vehicle, and there's no telling who or what is collateral damage. These unpredictable reactions made Liberty City feel alive and responsive to the player. Gamers immediately recognized that they were experiencing something revolutionary. GTA 3 sold 11.6 million copies on PS2, but a few years later, San Andreas smashed those records with 17.3 million. Still the best-selling PS2 game of all time. These numbers would represent a historical shift in what mainstream audiences wanted from their games. After GTA 3, games that forced players down narrow corridors began to feel restrictive. Players started asking, why can't I go into that building? Or why won't this game let me solve this problem my way? Freedom wasn't a nice feature anymore. It was becoming a requirement. The industry responded quickly. Spider-Man 2 ditched the skyscraper-only levels of the first game and opened New York up with a physics-based web-swinging system. Just Cause pushed physics-based chaos even further, and Simpsons Hit and Run straight-up let players cause GTA-style mayhem across Springfield. The DNA of GTA 3 would go on to run deep through the gaming industry. In the past 20 years, many games, open world or not, have built and expanded on the emergent gameplay systems created all the way back when GTA 3 released. While Grand Theft Auto 3 revolutionized how we interact with virtual worlds, another game was quietly challenging what gaming could mean on a fundamental level.
At E3, the biggest video game trade show of the year, one game dominated conversation.
Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty arrived with ambitions far beyond sneaking past guards or completing missions. This wasn't just a game that wanted to entertain you. It wanted to make you think. I remember completing Metal Gear Solid 2 for the first time and sitting in a stunned silence, wondering what exactly I had just experienced. The game began as a simple stealth action sequel, but evolved into something deeper. A look at information control, digital manipulation, and reality itself. Nothing in gaming had prepared me for this level of deep storytelling. Quick note, MGS2 had some of the greatest twists and turns in gaming history, and I'm trying not to spoil anything, but if you haven't played it, you need to go play it now. It's one of the greatest games of all time and holds a very special place in my heart. Anyway, the game begins by putting you in the shoes of series protagonist Solid Snake, but then pulls the rug out from under you, forcing you to play as Raiden, a rookie operative manipulated by unseen forces. See, MGS2 was highly anticipated, with fans excited to play as Snake again, while Raiden was completely hidden from all promotional material. This bait and switch served as Hideo Kojima's commentary on player expectations and manipulation. In a way, the game was very meta, subverting the audience's idea of what a sequel should be and manipulating the player in the same way Raiden is manipulated. The PS2's DVD format and upgraded processing power made Kojima's vision a reality. He could now include full voice acting, orchestral music, and Hollywood-quality cutscenes that pulled players into the story like never before. For the first time, the technology was advanced enough to match his cinematic ambitions, letting him create a narrative-driven experience that truly connected with players on an emotional level. Metal Gear Solid 2 explored philosophical concepts and posed questions that seemed far-fetched in 2001, but are actually extremely relevant today. What happens when AI can perfectly mimic human communication? How do we determine what's real when our information is filtered through digital systems? What does identity mean in a world where our digital footprint might outlive our physical body? Kojima wasn't content with making just a fun stealth game. He created an experience that challenged players to question the very nature of the information they consume. Critics initially struggled to process what they were playing. Gaming journalists found themselves writing reviews that sounded more like book reports than discussions of gameplay mechanics. The game forced them to develop a refined taste for analyzing video games, moving beyond graphics and gameplay to explore themes, symbolism, and narrative techniques that had previously been reserved for film and literature analysis. One of the most remarkable aspects of Metal Gear Solid 2 was how it used the medium of games itself as part of its message. The game constantly broke the fourth wall, with characters directly addressing the player's actions or referencing the game console itself.
Raiden, turn the game console off right now.
What did you say?
The mission is a failure. Cut the power right now.
What's wrong with you?
Don't worry, it's a game. It's a game just like usual.
You'll ruin your eyes playing so close to the TV.
What are you talking about?
Blurring the line between the game world and reality. These elements were essential to Kojima's exploration of how digital systems shape our perception of reality. When you think about it, this approach was revolutionary, as it could only work in an interactive medium like video games. A film about information control might make you think, but Metal Gear Solid 2 made you an active participant in its ideas, forcing you to physically act in the very manipulation it was critiquing. When the game finally reveals that your character has been manipulated throughout the entire experience, you realize that you, the player, have been manipulated as well. I would go so far as to say that it's one of the greatest twists in not only video game history, but entertainment history in general. Around this time, Team Ico was proving that games could be more than just entertainment. While Metal Gear Solid 2 challenged players with deep storytelling and mind-bending narratives, Ico and Shadow of the Colossus took the opposite approach, using minimal dialogue, stunning visuals, and an emotional tone to create something that felt like interactive art. These games showed that gaming could be just as powerful and thought-provoking as any other art form. What united these cutting-edge games was their use of interactivity as a core artistic tool. When Shadow of the Colossus makes you feel guilty for killing its magnificent, massive creatures, it achieves something no passive medium could replicate, making you personally responsible for actions that drive the story forward. These games marked a turning point in how video games were seen in mainstream media. Critics stopped treating them as just toys and started recognizing them as real works of art, capable of exploring deep and meaningful themes. This shift helped push gaming into the same league as film and literature, proving it could be more than just entertainment. This was possible thanks to both the technical power of sixth-generation consoles and the fact that gaming itself was growing up. Developers who had been raised on video games were now adults with bigger creative ambitions. They wanted to make more than just fun distractions. They wanted to tell powerful stories and explore complex emotions, and now they finally had the tools to do it.
This is the game I've wanted since I was a 10-year-old kid, and I finally got to make it, and I'm so grateful, and I think players are going to be grateful too, because it's going to be cool.
And at the same time, gamers were maturing too. Many who grew up playing games were now adults too, and ready for stories that challenge them on a deeper level. For the first time, there was a real market for games that made players think, not just react. As gamers started craving deeper experiences, another revolution was quietly reshaping how we connect with each other. Back in 2002, if you wanted to play console games with friends, your options were pretty limited. You either had to invite them over to wrestle with a mess of game-specific online setups that felt more like science projects than actual fun.
We'd get together at like 8 a.m. and play 16-player Halo all the way till 8 a.m. the next day.
Until Microsoft took one look at this chaos and thought, what if jumping into a game with friends was as easy as pressing a button? It was a gamble, especially since only 24% of Americans had high-speed internet at the time. But when Xbox Live launched in November 2002, it changed everything.
Xbox Live. Future of video games arrive today. Microsoft is putting the Xbox online. Today, the Xbox goes live.
Suddenly, you had a single gamer tag that carried across all of your games, a unified friends list, and one online service that didn't make you log in separately for every game, a frustratingly common problem back then. And for that, Microsoft charged $50 a year, a risky decision when competitors were offering online play for free. But it wasn't just about playing games online. It was a social network built around gaming. For the first time, Console players had a seamless, standardized system that worked across every game, packed with features we don't even think twice about today. Think about how wild the idea of a unified friends list was back in 2002. Having one list that worked across every game felt like a game changer. Then voice chat took everything to another level. I still remember the first time I talked to someone hundreds of miles away while we played together. In 2004, that felt like magic. Gaming stopped being just about the challenge. It became just as much about the conversations and friendships we built along the way.
You know, it is a good day to die, cheesemaker.
I'd spend hours in Halo 2 lobbies, not even playing sometimes, just talking to friends and randoms, building relationships that I got to bring into the real world. The impact was instant. Xbox Live hit 100,000 subscribers in its first week. By mid-2004, over 1 million people had signed up, and by 2005, that number had doubled. Keep in mind, this was a paid service on top of what people were already paying for internet. But gamers weren't just paying for online access. They were paying for the community and the connections that came with it. And this sense of community went way beyond just gaming. People formed clubs, set up weekly game nights, and used party chats just to hang out. It also made the entire online gaming industry way more accessible. Before this, playing online was mostly for PC gamers with expensive setups, or console players willing to mess with network adapters and complicated settings. Look, I loved my PS2, but getting online to play SOCOM was hell on earth. With Xbox Live, Microsoft made online gaming plug and play, bringing it to millions of people who never would have even tried setting up an online connection before. And the tech behind all of this was insanely ahead of its time. Microsoft's dedicated servers gave players a smooth and consistent experience that their early competitors struggled to match. Sony and Nintendo eventually built their own online services, but they spent years trying to catch up to the standard Xbox Live had already set.
Halo 2! Xbox's Halo 2 is expected to generate more revenue in 24 hours than day one sales of any full-feature movie in entertainment history.
Halo 2 proved just how special Xbox Live was when it dropped in 2004. It didn't just bring online matchmaking to everyone, it turned it into the norm. The game automatically matched players with others at their skill level, making online play more welcoming for beginners and keeping things competitive for veterans. That system, which feels obvious now, was a huge deal back then and ended up shaping how multiplayer gaming works today. And then when the Xbox 360 came out, Xbox Live got another major upgrade. The introduction of gamer score and achievements completely changed how we played. Suddenly, gaming wasn't just about beating levels or finishing the story. Now there was a universal score that carried across all of your games, showing off what you accomplished. I found myself playing games I might have otherwise ignored just to boost my gamer score and flex on my friends. This system is so common today with PlayStation trophies and Steam achievements, but without Xbox Live, they probably wouldn't exist. The 360 era also brought Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer's original vision of digital downloads to life with the Xbox Live Marketplace. Yeah, Steam was already around, but a fully functional digital store on a console? That was revolutionary. It was also a huge risk, considering only 30% of Americans even had internet fast enough for large downloads at the time. But Microsoft went for it anyway. Suddenly, you could buy digital versions of Xbox games old and new, download indie titles and demos, rent movies and TV shows, and even purchase DLC like map packs, expansions, and yes, the infamous horse armor from Elder Scrolls Oblivion. We'll get into microtransactions in a bit because not everything from gaming's golden age was great, but the DNA of the Xbox Live Marketplace is in every digital store we use today. While Xbox Live was busy connecting gamers online, Nintendo was asking a completely different question. What if gaming could bring people together in the same room? A lot of industry experts initially saw the Wii as a technological step backwards, but it wasn't. It was a deliberate choice, one that redefined what gaming could be, how we interacted with games, and who it was for. When Nintendo unveiled the Wii in 2006, they didn't just follow the industry trend. They went in the opposite direction. At the time, gaming was all about raw power. Sony's PlayStation 3 and Microsoft's Xbox 360 were battling it out, pushing graphics, processing power, and online features, all aimed at the same core gaming audience. Meanwhile, Nintendo, still feeling the sting of the GameCube's underwhelming sales, decided to change the game entirely.
But if all you want is next generation, you're in the wrong place.
Instead of competing on specs, they focused on accessibility, and the most game-changing part, the Wii Remote. It didn't look like a typical controller, it literally looked like a TV remote, but inside it had motion sensors that let players control games by swinging, pointing, or tilting instead of memorizing button layouts. The learning curve basically disappeared. The first time I picked up a Wii Remote, it was at Game Crazy, and I don't know if you all remember that, but it was a game store inside Hollywood Videos. I swung the remote and my character on screen swung a tennis racket in perfect sync. It wasn't just a gimmick like motion controls of the past, it was actually fun. Nintendo's approach came straight from the mind of Shigeru Miyamoto, the legendary developer behind some of gaming's biggest franchises. He put it simply, we wanted to come up with a unique game interface. The consensus was that power isn't everything for a console. Too many powerful consoles can't coexist. In other words, while Sony and Microsoft were locked in an arms race over raw power, Nintendo took a different approach, one that focused on how people actually played games rather than how impressive these games looked. And that decision paid off. The Wii's motion controls turned gaming into something anyone could pick up and enjoy. Whether you were a kid, a grandparent, or someone who had never touched a controller in their life. It just made sense. If you wanted to bowl, you mimicked a bowling motion. If you wanted to play tennis, you swung the remote. No complicated button combos, no steep learning curves, just movement. And nothing better demonstrated this than Wii Sports, the game that came bundled with the console. A simple collection of sports, tennis, bowling, baseball, golf, and boxing, completely changed where and how gaming happened. In fact, retirement homes started running Wii bowling leagues. Physical therapists used it to help with rehab. And family game nights suddenly included everyone because it didn't matter if you were a seasoned gamer or picking up a controller for the first time, everyone had a fair shot. At first, industry analysts laughed at Nintendo's strategy. How can an underpowered console with simple graphics stand a chance against the PS3 and Xbox 360? But then the sales numbers started coming in. While Sony and Microsoft fought over the same core gaming audience, Nintendo did something smarter. It grew a whole new market. The Wii sold over 100 million units worldwide, cementing its place as one of the best-selling consoles of all time. It proved that Nintendo's gamble, focusing on innovation and accessibility instead of graphical power, had paid off in a big way. The console that so many experts dismissed as a gimmick ended up outselling its more powerful competitors. Now, of course, the Wii wasn't perfect. Its online features were way behind what Xbox and PlayStation were offering. The system was flooded with low-quality third-party games that barely used motion controls in a meaningful way. And for some, once the novelty wore off, a lot of Wii consoles ended up collecting dust. The Wii was a rare moment in gaming history where innovation wasn't about cranking up the graphics or squeezing in more processing power. Instead, it was about rethinking how we interact with games altogether. It turned the controller into an extension of your own movement, blurring the line between the physical and digital worlds. Suddenly, gaming felt more natural, more intuitive, and more inviting. And because of that, millions of people who had never touched a controller before finally jumped in. While Nintendo was shaking up the living room, another battle was playing out in backpacks and pockets everywhere. Handheld gaming was about to change in a big way, with two very different ideas of what gaming on the go should look like. Before this, handheld consoles always felt like the Wish.com version of gaming. Most of the time, these games were built by a completely different development team, and sometimes they weren't even the same genre. Essentially, these were games inspired by the games you actually wanted to play, but that was about to change. When the Nintendo DS launched in 2004 with its clamshell design and dual screens, people weren't quite sure what to think. A touchscreen on a gaming device? This was almost unheard of. Meanwhile, Sony took the opposite approach with the PlayStation Portable, or PSP, a sleek device that packed near PS2-level graphics into a widescreen display. Nintendo was betting on innovation again, while Sony was trying to bring full-blown console gaming to a handheld. Nintendo's strategy seemed almost counterintuitive. Instead of chasing better graphics, they focused on how people played. I still remember the first time I used the DS touchscreen. It felt like magic. Drawing paths for characters, solving puzzles by writing answers, and tapping through menus made everything feel so much more interactive. The DS completely changed portable gaming with its dual screen design. One screen could display maps or inventory, while the other kept the action going without interruption. The built-in microphone even let players blow into the device to blow out virtual candles or shout commands that the game would respond to. These little details reshaped how game designers thought about making games for handheld devices. Nintendo realized that true innovation meant changing the relationship between the player and the game itself. And just like they did with the Wii, this one also paid off big time. The DS sold a staggering 154 million units worldwide, outselling the Wii and making it one of the best-selling consoles of all time, second only to the PS2. That success proved Nintendo was right to focus on gameplay innovation over raw specs. But on the flip side, Sony went in the opposite direction with the PSP. This device was again all about power, designed to bring console gaming on the go. With its sharp widescreen display and multimedia capabilities, the PS2 was like a portable entertainment hub, perfect for games, movies, and music, with visuals that came close to what you'd expect from a home console. I'll never forget the first time I saw Burnout Legends on the PSP. It was almost like playing Burnout 3 on the PS2. I was shocked, but somehow this was all running on a handheld. For gamers who craved console-quality experiences on the go, the PSP delivered in ways no one had expected. It sold a very impressive 82 million units worldwide, showing there was definitely a market for premium portable gaming, even if it couldn't quite match the DS's massive success. Both consoles ended up attracting completely different crowds. The PSP primarily appealed to existing gamers, those who already owned consoles and wanted a portable version of their favorite game. Titles like God of War, Chains of Olympus, and Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories stayed true to their console origins, offering nearly the same experience with small, almost unnoticeable compromises. Meanwhile, the DS opened up gaming to entirely new audiences. Games like Brain Age turned simple puzzle and math problems into fun daily routines for adults who never thought of themselves as gamers. In fact, my own grandfather, who had never touched a video game, became hooked on Brain Age, using his DS every day to keep his mind sharp. Nintendogs was a smash hit, allowing players to use the touchscreen to pet, groom, and interact with lifelike puppies that responded to both touch and voice commands. Even adults got hooked on their virtual pets, broadening the idea of what gaming could be and who could be a gamer. For developers, these new ways to interact with games opened up all sorts of exciting possibilities. The touchscreen allowed for mechanics that traditional buttons just couldn't match. For example, in The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass, players could draw the flight path for their boomerang right on the screen, offering a whole new way to engage with the game. The DS's dual screen design also revolutionized game development by letting developers keep the main gameplay screen free of clutter. Racing games, for instance, could display the gameplay on the top screen while showing the map or track below. In RPGs, the action unfolded on one screen while inventory management happened on the other, making the experience feel more immersive and providing more info than a single screen could handle. Both companies showed that portable gaming didn't have to mean sacrificing quality, especially when gaming on the go was mostly about playing simple phone games like Angry Birds or Temple Run. The PSP brought home console-level visuals and narrative-driven experiences to your pocket, while the DS gave players completely unique experiences that couldn't be replicated specifically for these systems, like Advance Wars Dual Strike on the DS or Luminous on the PSP. These were recognized for their quality, standing proudly alongside console games. The competition between Sony and Nintendo didn't just reshape handheld gaming, it expanded the entire market. Together, they elevated portable gaming from an afterthought to a legitimate alternative to traditional console gaming. In the early days of the seventh generation of consoles, a small piece of virtual horse armor sparked a major shift in the gaming industry. The infamous Oblivion Horse Armor DLC, priced at just $2.50, was met with mockery and confusion from players. Why would anyone pay extra for something so minor, especially when they already owned the game? What players didn't realize at the time was that this simple transaction would kick off a transformation in how we buy and experience games. Before current times, games were complete packages. You bought the disc, played what was on it, and that was it. If developers wanted to add more, it meant releasing a physical expansion or a whole new game. It was like buying a book. You got the full story, and if the author wanted to continue, they'd publish another book. The idea of adding new content digitally just wasn't a thing. Then came reliable, high-speed internet, and everything changed. Developers could now patch issues and add new content without needing to produce physical copies. This shift in technology opened up a whole new world of creative possibilities, and it also brought a whole whole new business model to the gaming industry. And even though players resisted the idea of downloadable DLC at first, there would be some really high-quality DLCs to come in the near future. Enter Grand Theft Auto 4's expansion, The Lost and Damned, which showed the true potential of downloadable content. This wasn't just a cosmetic add-on, it was a meaty extension of the game's story, with new gameplay features that felt like real additions to the experience. Players loved it because it felt like more of the game they already enjoyed, and the extra cost felt worth it. And this positive reception is probably why we also got the Ballad of Gay Tony shortly after. This period in gaming marked a sweet spot in the evolution of how we pay for content. DLC was still a way to extend a game's life, not the aggressive monetization tactics we see today. There were no battle passes, no loot boxes, and no time-limited content forcing you to fear missing out. Most games launched as complete experiences, with DLC serving as fun, optional extras rather than key content locked behind a paywall. The shift to digital distribution also gave developers the freedom to take more creative risks without the burden of manufacturing and distribution costs for physical media. Studios could experiment with unique content that might not have been worth a full retail release. For example, Fallout 3's Operation Anchorage took players into a military simulation completely different from the main game's post-apocalyptic world. This kind of creative exploration helped enrich gaming without the pressure of needing to sell millions of copies to make back development costs. During this time, platforms like Xbox Live Arcade and PlayStation Network became a breeding ground for smaller games that wouldn't have made sense as physical releases. They allowed indie developers to reach console audiences without needing huge budgets for traditional retail space and marketing. I remember scrolling through digital storefronts and stumbling upon hidden gems like Journey, which completely expanded my idea of what gaming could be. Gaming was finally breaking free from the limitations of physical media, opening up new possibilities for both creators and players. Looking back, this era feels almost naive compared to today's complex monetization strategies. The horse armor controversy, which once dominated the headlines, now seems so small in comparison to today's subscription services, season passes, and microtransactions. What started as simple add-ons slowly evolved into a complete overhaul of how games are designed, sold, and experienced. This generation literally changed the game by turning them from products into platforms. Instead of creating finished experiences that stayed the same after release, developers started viewing games as evolving services that could grow over time. On paper, it seemed like a win-win. Games improved based on player feedback, and beloved worlds were expanded on instead of left behind. But let's be real, it didn't always play out that way. Looking at you, Overwatch 2, this shift changed the way we relate to games. Before DLC, finishing a game often felt like saying goodbye to that world until a sequel came years down the line. But with DLC, our favorite games could stay alive longer, becoming a constant part of our gaming lives and creating deeper, longer-lasting relationships with those online and off. While our relationship with games was shifting through the rise of DLC, something even more magical was happening behind the scenes. Development studios found themselves with a rare period where technology had finally caught up with imagination. But before corporate spreadsheets started calling all the shots, this era was a creative sweet spot that many developers still look back on with a sense of nostalgia. What made games from this period so special was the unique environment developers worked in. During the 6th and 7th generations, budgets for major titles were typically in the $10 to $20 million range, enough to create ambitious experiences without the overwhelming financial pressure we see today. These more manageable budgets allowed publishers to take more risks. When a game only needed to sell a few million copies to be profitable, creative teams had the freedom to experiment. That's when we got masterpieces like BioShock's philosophical underwater dystopia, Mass Effect's character-driven space opera, and Uncharted's cinematic adventure. These were bold, artistic statements that didn't need to rely on predatory monetization to make their mark. The team sizes during this era tell a big part of the story too. Successful games from this golden age were typically created by teams of 50 to 100 people, rather than the massive 300-plus development teams spread across multiple studios we see today. This smaller scale made it easier to maintain a clear creative vision and reduce the bureaucratic overhead. When everyone on the team can fit in one room, it's a lot simpler to keep everyone on the same page creatively. The rise of standardized development tools also played a key role in fueling this creative renaissance. With engines like Unreal and Unity becoming more widely used, developers no longer had to reinvent the wheel for every project. This efficiency freed up more time to focus on innovative gameplay, compelling stories, and unique art directions. Portal is the perfect example of this kind of creative freedom. I remember the thrill of playing it for the first time, a game that flipped the script on first-person gameplay by focusing on spatial puzzles instead of combat. The small team at Valve was able to create something truly groundbreaking because they had the room to experiment with new ideas without the pressure of monetization hanging over them. In a similar way, Little Big Planet gave players the tools to create and share their own levels, putting a whole new world of creativity in our hands. The small team at Media Molecule could focus on this groundbreaking approach to player-generated content because they weren't bogged down by the need to design engagement loops or monetization schemes. Their focus was on fun. Games didn't need to eat up hundreds of hours of your time or require constant payments. You could enjoy a full story in a reasonable amount of time and move on to the next adventure. But of course, this golden age couldn't last forever. As technology improved and player expectations grew, development costs shot up. Publishers began looking for ways to get the most out of their increasingly expensive projects, which led to the rise of live services and microtransactions that dominate the market today. For those of us who lived through the 6th and 7th generations, these games hold a special place, not just because of nostalgia, but because they were the product of a rare time when creativity was able to thrive. They were complete works crafted by developers who had the freedom to bring their ideas to life without worrying about keeping you coming back for more. The iconic games of the 6th and 7th generations feel more like relics from a time when gaming was full of raw creative energy. Have you ever wondered why today's games, with all their mind-blowing graphics and sprawling worlds, don't quite capture the same magic that made you fall in love with gaming in the first place? There's something different about gaming now, not just in terms of technology, but in its very heart and soul. Today, the gaming industry pulls in more money than Hollywood and the music industry combined. But with all that cash, something's been lost. The creative spark that made those golden generations so special has been drowned out by corporate interests. What was once an industry driven by passion and experimentation has now become a machine focused on numbers and profits. The cost of making games has gone through the roof. What used to be a passion project made by small, close-knit teams now require hundreds of people working across multiple studios across the world, with budgets easily surpassing $200 million. And don't get me started on the GTA 6 budget being rumored at $2 billion. And with that kind of money on the line, every little design decision has to go through layers of approval, focus testing, and corporate red tape. What used to be a creative playground is now a battlefield for safe bets. The priorities have shifted too. Where games were once aimed to give us complete self-contained experiences, now they're designed to keep us engaged for literal years. The first question on the table at these big publishers is usually, how will this impact player retention and monetization? And it shows in everything from gameplay mechanics to story structure. As the stakes have gotten higher, the industry has turned to tried and true formulas. Games like Ico and Katamari Damacy were unique gems that didn't fit into boxes. They were true creative risks. Now the market for such experimentation has completely shrunk and been replaced by safer, more predictable releases. The irony is brutal. The very success of gaming's golden age has made the industry too valuable to risk the kind of creativity that made it special in the first place. This shift has also led to a weird sense of sameness. Open world games, for example, now all follow the same structure. Climb towers to unlock areas, collect tons of trinkets, and do the same side missions over and over again. Ubisoft got turned into a meme over this. The magic that made each game stand out has been replaced by a formula designed to maximize playtime and profits. Even the jumps in technology between console generations have become less exciting. The leap from PS1 to PS2 felt like it changed the world. 3D worlds became truly immersive. But the leap from PS4 to PS5, it's mostly about higher resolution and higher frame rates and maybe faster loading times. All minor tweaks that don't fundamentally change how we experience games or connect with others. Back in the day, you could feel the personal touch of visionary directors like Kojima in their work. Nowadays, a lot of these games are lacking that soul. But the indie scene has stepped up to try and preserve the spirit of those golden years. Smaller teams are still creating innovative, personal games, pushing boundaries where bigger studios can't. But they just don't have the resources to make the kind of ambitious games that were possible in the mid-budget days of the PS2 and Xbox 360 era. That sweet spot where technology could support big ideas without requiring massive teams and budgets, it's largely gone. What we're feeling isn't just nostalgia, it's the recognition of a unique time in gaming that can't be recreated. The 6th and 7th generations had the perfect balance. Technology advanced enough to bring creative visions to life, development costs were low enough to allow for risk experiences instead of chasing endless profits. Some of the most beloved games of that time, Shadow of the Colossus, BioShock, Okami, would never see the light of day under today's publishing standards. They'd be considered too risky, too artistic, or not monetizable enough to justify the huge investments needing to make them. And if they did manage to get made, they'd be thrown on Game Pass to little fanfare and forgotten in the endless pages of content. That's a real loss for the medium of games. Now, I'm not saying modern gaming is all bad. The tools for game development are more accessible than ever, and there's more variety in games today than we ever had back on the PS2 or Xbox 360. And there are still studios that manage to create meaningful, complete experiences within today's games industry. Some of the best games of all time have come out in the last few years. But something important has been lost in the transition from gaming as an artistic medium to a corporate powerhouse. The freedom to experiment, to take creative risks, has been replaced by a focus on profits and player engagement. The magic that made gaming so special in its golden age has been dimmed, replaced by a safer, more predictable industry that's obsessed with what will sell, not what will inspire. And as we look back on this legendary era of gaming, it's clear we witnessed something truly special. Industry veterans recognize this period as transformative, where gaming evolved from a niche hobby into a juggernaut more lucrative than movies or music. The era fundamentally changed gaming's audiences. As Stephen Jones noted about the Wii, it participated in a real shift in consumer electronics, in its appeal to the untapped audience that didn't think of themselves as gamers before, by appealing to newcomers. This golden age was a perfect storm of innovation, artistic freedom, and cultural acceptance that, for better or worse, is responsible for the modern-day games industry. When we feel that sharp pain of nostalgia for PS2 or Xbox 360 games, we're not just missing older graphics or simpler times. We're remembering that magical moment when gaming found its voice and earned its place in our culture. Looking back to this golden age helps us see how far we've come, but also what we might have lost along the way when gaming keeps evolving. Anyways, thanks for watching. If you made it to the end, comment "End of an Era" down below. Share this with the homies and do the usual YouTube things. Making these videos takes a bunch of time, but your support makes it all worth it.
Wow, good video. Yes, gaming has changed over the years. Now they do microtransactions and they still do DLC, but I do still from the old system, but I still play the new system still. But I still play my PlayStation 2, still play my PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5. I never really had like a lot of systems. I don't think I never owned the Wii, so that Wii is very revolutionary. The Wii system is very revolutionary. That Wii definitely changed the gaming, and then the handheld game, PSP, Nintendo DS, definitely changed it. I'll be back. I can get something to eat, and give me some more hot chocolate. Be back with more reaction to videos. So I play music while I get something to eat. Get my hot chocolate. What's up, Golden? Golden Huggins, what's up? Let me look at comedy hype videos. Let's see what let's see what they they posted. I know they call hype. I think they call hype now. They call comedy hype anymore. I think it's Hype Plus. There's a plus sign. I don't think it's on here. But it is. Okay, what I want to ask you is one of the videos they did that I was listening to. I mean, to this one.
Reporting live from Hyper Clubhouse for Janaba. Hall Walk, where the show's staff and crew greet the episode's guests by singing a song relevant to their career. The Hall Walk is definitely now one of the most viral segments of the Jennifer Hudson show, oftentimes earning more views than the interviews themselves. Now, one of the most recent guests on the show was Alfonso Ribeiro, mostly known for playing Carlton Banks in the classic sitcom The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air for 6 seasons. When Ribeiro participated in the Hall Walk, fans who might have expected him to do the infamous Carlton dance were quickly disappointed when instead the staff sang a rendition of Mystical Shake Your Ass and he just strutted down the hall.
Alfonso's here. At J-Hub. Alfonso's here. Show him what you're working with. Alfonso's here. At J-Hub. Alfonso's here. Show him what you're working with. Alfonso's here. At J-Hub. Alfonso's here. Show him what you're working with. At J-Hub. Alfonso's here. Show him what you're working with. Alfonso's here. At J-Hub. Alfonso's here.
Immediately after, several online users would take to social media and express their frustration and confusion after expecting Ribeiro to pay a tribute to the iconic sitcom character, considering this to be a major missed opportunity to relish in the show's nostalgia. When they were left disappointed, they would go on the right, "This makes him extra Carlton to not understand the assignment." Another social media user would write, "I can't believe he didn't hit the Carlton dance, shaking my head. He dropped the ball on this one." One more would share a similar sentiment after anticipating the infamous dance. "Sold. I watched this whole thing waiting for bro to hit the Carlton dance, shaking my head." Another user was let down and wrote he had one job. Now, after watching Ribeiro purposely avoid doing the Carlton dance, one user on social media would write, "Knowing him, he probably specifically requested for them not to play the song and said he wouldn't do the dance." Now, what that user is referring to is Ribeiro's history of attempting to distance himself from the Carlton character. In the past, Ribeiro has shared his discomfort with fans who ask him to perform the Carlton dance on command. Back in 2022, as a guest on the Jimmy Kimmel Live show, on the topic of performing the dance for fans, Ribeiro will go on to say, I don't have a love for it like they do. I mean, I typically get asked to do the dance pretty much every day of my life if I go outside. If I go anywhere, I just randomly hear people do the dance. I'm a black guy. That's not dancing for you. That's not going to happen. The weird part of it for me is trying to understand what's happening in their head, right? Like, what makes you think that you're just going to ask a random person to dance for you and they're going to be like, oh my God, I've been waiting for you to ask. Hold on a second. Let me get into character. Additionally, just last year, Rivero would shock most fans after saying portraying Carlton ruined his acting career because the role typecast him in Hollywood, as casting agents and the executives could only see him as that character. In a 2024 interview with The Closer Weekly, he would go on to say, playing Carlton on Fresh Prince became a sacrifice. I used to always say doing Carlton was the greatest and worst thing that ever happened to me. It is one of the greatest roles that I ever was fortunate enough to play. But it was also the role that stopped me from acting again because people couldn't see me as anything else. The sacrifice was not having an acting career anymore. It's clear that Ribeiro still holds some animosity towards the Carlton character and the infamous dance that has made him famous. So what do you guys think about Alfonso Ribeiro seemingly refusing to Carlton dance, a part of the Jennifer Hudson viral hallway segment? And what are your thoughts on his past comments as to why he won't perform the dance on command for fans anymore? Do you agree with his stance? Plus, save the day for the latest news and comedy by subscribing here to our YouTube channel and follow Hype Plus and Comedy Hype across all social media. Plus, if you enjoyed this story, don't forget you can always send us a super thanks by hitting the button below, and you can tip us what you want to show your support. Reporting live from Hyper Clubhouse in Atlanta for Comedy Hype News, I'm Geno.
Oh, I got some comments. Oh, yeah. I can see why you don't like that character. We way past that. Years ago. Samantha Perez. I'm on the right. Opening day. Let's be a troll account. Samantha, Carlton, him, and Steve. I actually kicked myself out of the broadcast. What he said? He said, Carlton Banks and him, Steve Urkel, are the same. They're both y'all could be in beasts. Typecasting is deep. They're still from the sitcom character. Well, I think I know Steve Urkel. He basically grew out of the spandex and stuff. That's probably why he stopped. That's probably why they had to end it. The Family Matters of 1998. I think they did it in 1988. It actually like 9 seasons, I think. Family Matters did. It had a good run though. I know that one thing for Family Matters, it had a good run. I think Family Fresh Prince has lasted like for 6 years. Yeah, we're supposed to. Yeah, it's supposed to. Yeah, it's just season 10th season.
Reporting live from Hypers Club in Atlanta for Comedy Hype News, I'm Symphony Thompson. Rondell Sheridan is expressing gratitude after many fans positively responded to his plea for donations via GoFundMe after being in the hospital for weeks, diagnosed with severe pancreatitis. The fundraiser for the 66-year-old actor was set up with a $35,000 goal, and 2 days after posting, the fundraiser sits at over $53,000 from over 1,300 donations. A spokesperson on behalf of Sheridan would respond to the generous donations by telling TMZ, "Thanks to all of the friends and fans who have responded so generously to Rondell's situation. He is extremely humbled by the love and support everyone has shown him during this difficult time." Diagnosed in early April with severe pancreatitis, Rondell is resting comfortably and is under the care of a fantastic team of doctors who have said that with time, he should make a full recovery. In response to some online fans who have remarked that they worried this might be drug or alcohol related, this could be further from the truth, as Rondell shies away from drugs and alcohol. Now, if you haven't heard, Rondell, most known for playing Victor Baxter, the father of Raven-Symoné's character, and That's So Raven, and later spinoff, Corey in the House and Raven's Home, would take to social media from a hospital bed he's been in for weeks, asking fans to spread the word and help with a GoFundMe, stating any donation would be greatly appreciated. Since the ending of Raven's Home in 2023, Sheridan has continued to perform stand-up comedy around the country. However, after being in and out of the hospital, he recently found out his illness will put him out of work until he heals.
Hey friends, it's Rondell Sheridan here. On April the 10th, I was on the road and got sick. Went to the hospital and they thought it was gastric. I got home on the 12th, immediately went to the hospital at Northridge and was told it's pancreatitis, tons of tests. I was in the hospital for 9 days. I got released and I thought I was on the road to recovery. But it was just for observation. My pancreas is inflamed and there's not much you can do about it, but just wait for the inflammation to go down. I didn't realize that I was going to be and will be out of work for quite some time. I'm setting up this GoFundMe to help with some of my medical bills, but just expenses. If you have anything that you could donate, I would gladly appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Pancreatitis is the inflammation of the pancreas, which is what Sheridan described in his original video. The inflammation can cause pain in the upper belly that can go to the back. Other symptoms include fever, rapid pulse, upset stomach, and vomiting. Some common causes of pancreatitis are gallstones and alcohol use. This explains why the spokesperson for Sheridan immediately denied any alcohol abuse. Other causes include infections, some medications, and metabolic disorders. Of course, Sheridan's ass would throw many online off, assuming the actor should be well off due to his appearance in over 150 episodes of Disney sitcoms over 3 different shows. Some would even say this once again shows that Hollywood doesn't pay like you think it would. After seeing Sheridan's Instagram video, one social media user would write, "Why doesn't he have health insurance? Why doesn't he have money to pay for such things?" So many questions. Another would write, "If a famous actor needs a GoFundMe for medical care, the rest of us are effed." Holly Robinson Pete, Orlando Jones, David Allen Greer, and several other notable peers of Sheridan would also share their thoughts and well wishes. As stated before, Sheridan has raised over $53,000, originally starting out with a $35,000 goal. According to GoFundMe, Kenan Thompson was the top donator. Another top donator was listed as J.A. White. Signs would point to actor Jaleel White, with his middle name being Ahmad. Although it seems likely, it cannot be confirmed. In addition to his role as Victor Baxter, Sheridan is known for playing Father Andre Walker on Cousin Skeeter for over 50 episodes with Bill Bellamy, Megan Good, Robert Richard, and Angela Means. He's also made appearances on sitcoms like The Jamie Foxx Show and Kenan and Kel. So, what do you guys think about Rondell Sheridan having to set up a GoFundMe in order to pay medical bills? Let us know in the comments below. And stay up to date with the latest news and comedy by subscribing right here to our YouTube channel. Hit the bell and select all so you can receive notifications to all of our content and not just some. Check out Hypers Club for all your cool and original merchandise and content. And for our YouTube viewers, if you appreciated this update, don't forget you can send us a super thanks by hitting the button below, and you can tip us what you want to show your support. Reporting live from Hypers Club in Atlanta for Comedy Hype News, I'm Symphony Thompson.
You would think Raven Simone would help him out with all that medical bills. But she didn't even help him out. I think you think your sitcom dad, you help your sitcom dad out. If I had a sitcom dad, I'll definitely help him out if I got the funds to help him out. You know, I've been on sitcom for a couple of years. Have a sitcom dad or a sitcom mom, I'll definitely help them out if they need it. They help me earn money over the years. Being part of my sitcom, I would definitely help them out. Raven didn't help. I don't know why Raven didn't help him out. That's Hollywood. Hollywood don't pay that much for it. But that it's probably a handful that get paid a lot. You gotta be Caucasian most of the time. Raven tried to get Rydell. Even alleged sacrifice lamb. And Meg Good allegedly sacrificed lamb as well. This is Raven or Megan doing, or both. Let's watch another video. Let's watch this video.
Reporting live from Hypers Club in Atlanta for Hype Plus News, I'm Symphony. On Monday, Donald Trump announced he's letting white South Africans come to the United States in order to avoid genocide. During a White House news conference, the president said he's allowing white farmers from South Africa to come to the United States as refugees. Trump stated he plans on addressing the problem with South African leadership. In addition, he says he doesn't care whether or not the South African farmers are white or black, nor about their height or weight.
Your administration is going to welcome them as refugees. Now, this comes as you've halted virtually all refugee admissions for people fleeing famine and war. Why are you creating an expedited path into the country for Afrikaners but not others?
Because they're being killed. It's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about, but it's a terrible thing that's taking place. And farmers are being killed. They happen to be white. White or black, makes no difference to me, but white farmers are being brutally killed and their land is being confiscated in South Africa. If it were the other way around, they'd talk about it. That would be the only story they'd talk about. I don't care about their race, their color. I don't care about their height, their weight. I don't care about anything. I just know that what's happening is terrible. We've essentially extended citizenship to those people to escape from that violence and come here.
This, of course, comes at a time where the Trump administration have halted refugee admissions and have begun deportations of illegal immigrants. Now, despite this, Trump said the country has extended citizenship to South African farmers so they can escape violence in a post-apartheid South Africa. During the conference, Trump was directly asked why he's creating an expedited pathway into the country for some and not others. It appears as though many of the farmers that will be allowed into the country are white, while many black and brown people will continue to be deported. D.L. Hughley would point this out on social media by writing on Threads, Trump is deporting poor black and brown people who suffer real discrimination, but importing white South Africans who suffer imaginary discrimination. Of course, that message from Hughley was met with a mixed response, with one social media user clearly in support of MAGA expressing excitement over the deportation of black and brown individuals. Now, USA Today reports that 49 white South Africans were greeted by the Trump administration on May 12th, after granting them refugee status as alleged victims of racial discrimination. Interestingly enough, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has refuted Trump's claims, stating that racial discrimination among white South Africans is a completely false narrative. According to the same source, white South Africans are less likely to be murder victims than black South Africans. The group Genocide Watch has noted South Africans' population is 8% white, with whites only making up 2% of murder victims. Mandeep Tawana, who is the chief officer of the Evidence and Engagement at Civicus, which is a human rights advocacy organization located in South Africa, would elaborate on those claims by Trump. Genocide has a very clear definition, and what is happening in South Africa with white South Africans does not fit the definition at all. In fact, white South Africans are a privileged minority. Fellow South African Elon Musk, who aided in Trump's win of the 2024 presidential election, has accused the South African government of discriminating against its white population in the past. It's not an improbable thought that Musk informed Trump of the alleged white South African genocide, especially due to his past criticisms of the country. So, what do you guys think about Trump's latest move of bringing white South Africans to America as refugees to escape genocide, despite those in South Africa saying white farmers, they are a privileged minority? Let us know in the comments below. And be sure to stay up to date with the latest news and comedy by subscribing right here to our YouTube channel. Hit the bell and select all so you can receive notifications to all of our content and not just some. Check out Hypers Club for all your cool and original merchandise and content. And for our YouTube viewers, if you appreciated this update, don't forget that you can send us a super thanks by hitting the button below, and you can tip us what you want to show your support. Reporting live from Hypers Club in Atlanta for Hype Plus News, I'm Symphony.
That's weird, but he won't let Mexico come in the border, come in the. They build that wall, but he won't let them in, but they'll let South Africa in. I'm not sure that let them in. Everybody in, right? Should. I don't know. Let's see what happens there. That's the latest video from Hype News. Hyper Plus. Let's see some more videos.
What is going on, guys? It is WrestleMania here, back with another video. Join us now as we look at this week's edition of the Red Brand, as well as the wildest news stories and rumors you need to know, including WWE reignites the war with AEW, Dominic Mysterio visits Eddie's gravesite in a very wholesome moment, controversy regarding Sabu's last match, The Miz set for a new role, and much more. Be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell for daily wrestling videos, and follow us on Facebook for exclusive lists. Also check out our new videos on WrestleMania XL. As always, won't recap the show, but just provide you with the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. As always, we start off with the good is number one, the CM Punk factor. As CM Punk kicked off Raw, and it's typically the case whenever Punk is on the show is elevated. Punk brings an energy to the show that's not present when he's absent, and last night was no exception. Punk would insist on an explanation from Paul Heyman, and this led to a scathing promo from Seth Rollins, who once again went into detail when it came to his hatred for Punk. The promo exchange naturally led to a mass brawl, and when Sami Zayn made the save, it was eventually confirmed that the highly anticipated tag match will go down at Saturday night's main event. Punk and Zayn versus Rollins and Braun Breaker is a solid match for a TV special, and it currently joins Jey Uso versus Logan Paul for the world title as the only confirmed matches for the card. Number 2, Penta shines. Penta has finally managed to firmly connect with the main roster audience. The crowd absolutely loves him, and he has to be a strong contender to win Money in the Bank next month. Penta had yet another fantastic match last night as he defeated Chad Gable in one of the best TV matches of the calendar year. Number 3, AJ Styles versus Finn Balor. Now, as expected, AJ Styles versus Finn Balor delivered. Whilst the final portion of the match was filled with shenanigans, the in-ring action between the two was fantastic. This could have easily been a match on a future PLE, and it's evident that both men still have a lot to offer and are still considered amongst the best in-ring workers in the entire company. Number 4, Becky's promo. Becky Lynch's work since returning at WrestleMania has been stellar, and last night, Lynch cut one of the best promos of her entire career. Lynch would basically say that she's embracing all the misconceptions about her, and now it looks like Lynch is firmly embracing the Becky Hogan meme. And number 5, a stellar main event. WWE's centered feud between Io Sky, Rhea Ripley, Roxanne Perez, and Julia has been outstanding. Whilst the feud hasn't made it onto a PLE, it's been presented as a big deal, and the tag match that seemingly brought the feud to a close was justified in the main event slot of Raw last night. The action was smooth as it was evident that all 4 women are going to be pillars of the women's division for many years to come. Now, it does look like WWE are moving forward with a singles match between Sky and Ripley, and this is inevitably destined for a major PLE, with some fans predicting that WWE could save the match for the Evolution event in the summer. That was a good what about the bad is number 1, the New Day's heel turn. A lot of fans have been calling out WWE's booking of the New Day since heel turn, and rightly so. The heel turn has fallen flat since the initial turn, the characters of Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods feel lifeless, and there's been little to no substance when it comes to their characters. The two will be on commentary for a tag match on Raw, yet it just felt awkward and off. WWE have massively dropped the ball with such a significant heel turn. And Jey versus Gunther again? The Jey Uso versus Logan Paul program for the world title isn't exactly receiving rave reviews. Now WWE are planting the seeds for another match between Jey and Gunther. The WrestleMania matchup between the two was met with negative feedback from fans, and after last night's Raw, it looks like the match will take place on the Raw following Money in the Bank. Gunther confronted Jey in a promo segment on Raw last night, and Gunther is urgently in need of a change of scenery. WWE are still committed to an annual draft, which is rumored to take place at the end of May. There is speculation that WWE are going to use Gunther versus Jay to set up Goldberg's return, and if the match does go down on June 9th, this will be taking place just a few weeks before the Saudi show titled Night of Champions. This is a match that is heavily rumored to feature Goldberg's retirement, and Goldberg costing Gunther the world title could be WWE's way of planting the seeds for the 1v1 contest. Nothing on the show this week stood out as downright ugly. Whilst the show wasn't perfect, it had some tremendous wrestling, and the storytelling managed to move key angles forward heading into Saturday night's main event and Money in the Bank. What would you guys think of the Red Brand last night? Let us know in the comments down below. Now let's move on to the news. Now, first story looks at WWE reignites the war against AEW. Now, our top story today takes a look at the latest when it comes to the previously rumored return of a WWE Premium Live event from 2018. And now WWE have accidentally confirmed that the show is indeed making a grand return. There have been rumors for months that WWE are looking to bring back the Evolution event. This was an all-women's PLE that debuted in 2018, and although it received rave reviews from fans, WWE decided against making the event an annual tradition. Yesterday, PW Insider Elite updated fans on the revival of the PLE, and according to them, the event is set for July 12th in Atlanta. There's been rumors for some time that WWE has been looking to stage a new WWE Evolution pay-per-view, years after the company held their only all-women's event back in 2018. PWInsiderElite.com is told that the promotion is potentially looking at the weekend of 7th July in Atlanta, timed with Saturday night's main event taping the same weekend. The idea would be Saturday night's main event on Saturday, July 12th, and the pay-per-view on Sunday, July 13th. Whether the company moves forward remains to be seen, but for those who have asked, that's what we've heard. But just a matter of hours after PW Insider released their report, WWE accidentally confirmed the event for July 12th in Atlanta. WWE, specifically Fanatics, who runs the WWE merch department, would advertise vacancies for retail assistants to assist with the Evolution event. Therefore, it's basically confirmed that July 12, 2025 will finally see the return of Evolution, but this is also the same day as AEW's major event, AEW All in Texas. So right now, both Evolution and Saturday night's main event could be on the same day as AEW All in Texas. Why WWE is throwing two shows on the same day is beyond us. Now, it's likely that WWE could move Saturday night's main event to a week earlier, but then that only means that they'll have 1 week of build from Night of Champions. This is seen by many fans as far too much, and it's possible that one of both shows suffers from a lack of build. Next up, Dominic Mysterio went to Eddie's gravesite. And Dominic Mysterio loves to keep kayfabe intact around the legendary Eddie Guerrero. And even outside of the world of kayfabe, it was evident that Mysterio and Guerrero had a close relationship when Mysterio was young. Mysterio, who's the reigning Intercontinental Champion, recently appeared on the Intoxicados podcast, and Mysterio revealed that when the WWE is in Phoenix, he's taken the title to Eddie's gravesite to share his success. We have a show coming up in Phoenix, and I plan on taking the WWE Intercontinental title up there to see him. I'm going to try and make some time before Raw. I'm going to try and make the time to go see him. I'll probably go by myself this time. Who knows? Take the IC title to him. Let him know we did it. It's not hard to get emotional at these comments from Mysterio, and Mysterio even added that this will be the first time he visits Guerrero without Rey by his side. Next up, WWE's asking price for John Cena's final match. It was all but confirmed over the weekend that John Cena's final match will take place in December in Boston. The show is said to be a Saturday night's main event special, and it's now surfaced that WWE required cities such as Boston to bid on the hosting duties for the historic match. This news comes from James Stewart of the 985 Sports Hub saying, John Cena's final match is being planned for 13th December 2025. WWE is looking for $1.5 million financial commitment from host cities, including Boston. WWE's full week of TakeOver will start on 10th December with community events, 11th December Undertaker Show, 12th December SmackDown, and 13th December Saturday night's main event. WWE requiring cities to bid on events such as WrestleMania has been a staple of their business model for years. However, them asking cities to bid on other events is a relatively new business practice. This is a bold move from WWE, as although Cena's last match is arguably one of the biggest matches of all time, the event being branded as a Saturday night's main event could be highly detrimental to these grand plans. For the past year, WWE have practically told the audience that these glorified TV specials don't mean anything. Whilst the shows will feature some good wrestling, the idea of a major angle or a world title change going down on a show is just out of the question. WWE have backed themselves into a corner here, and it would make all the sense in the world for them to pivot and turn the December event into its own specific PLE. Next up, controversy regarding Sabu's last match. The GCW owner Brett Lauderdale and wrestler Joey Janela have defended booking Sabu to wrestle a retirement match over the WrestleMania 41 weekend. Since Sabu's passing, a lot of the attention has been drawn to the retirement match, especially with Janela making a number of negative comments, including stating that Sabu was given kratom and was on another FM planet. Due to the backlash to these comments, Janela has responded via X, and he confirmed that the specific interview took place before Sabu's passing. I'm truly devastated over this, and this whole deal has really affected me. Kratom is something that Sabu took daily for years. It helped him get off other substances. Sabu loved his weed and kratom. His body was wrecked doing what he loved for 40 years. I did an interview for that article 2 days after the match, not knowing what would transpire weeks later, and I said he was knocked out after that spot when, despite being a rough deal, he was not that. I was just trying to add to the lore and unpredictability of Sabu. I love Sabu. He was legitimately my idol growing up and my friend. I just wanted to give him and the fans one last great Sabu spectacle. Janela would also confirm that Sabu was fine the day after the match, and he was even able to sign autographs at WrestleCon. I'm sorry for lashing out at you, but your tweet caused a snowball effect that has many people saying that I was in part responsible for my friend's death. Sabu was fine the day after I signed at WrestleCon, and he'd been doing many appearances since. I don't know what was the cause of death, and all I can say is I wouldn't change a thing, and happy he went out on top. Now, in relation to GCW's response, Lauderdale decided the best course of action was to release an official statement, and in an extended statement, he confirmed that he didn't supply any substances to Sabu, and Sabu was not forced to wrestle. Any suggestion that I or GCW or Joey Janela forced him to do this match, supplied him with substances, or somehow caused his death is irresponsible, disingenuous, hurtful, and false. It's upsetting and discouraging to see people so eager to cast judgment without knowledge of the facts. Now, ahead of his statement, it was reported by Fightful Select that GCW were frustrated, embarrassed, and humiliated by Janela's interview, and it's easy to see why. And finally, The Miz set for a new role. Now, final story today takes a look at some exciting news for former WWE champion The Miz. It was announced via Variety that Amazon's upcoming reboot of American Gladiators has signed The Miz to be the official host. This is a huge gig for The Miz, as there's a ton of hype and anticipation surrounding this series. It's unknown if this means that The Miz will be taking a leave of absence from WWE, or he'll be filming the show around his WWE schedule. Whatever the case, we're wishing him the best. But there you have it, folks, the wildest news stories and rumors you need to know, as well as our review of the Red Brand. Be sure to leave your comments down below, and I'll see you next time with some more wrestling content.
That was some good news. Not good news, but that was the news of wrestling. Now let's see. Let's look at Velveteen Dream controversy just got dark. Let me listen. Let's watch that video.
They call me the most hated man in professional wrestling and loop me in with Chris Benoit. Chris Benoit is a killer. I'm not a killer, but don't push me. Because if you push hard enough, I'll kill pro wrestling for you.
Patrick Clark, formerly known as the Velveteen Dream, posted a series of messages demanding public apologies and advocating for a return to WWE. These posts come in response to recent headlines involving a former WWE talent's reported indictment on serious charges.
Wrestling is fake. It makes sense to me that people who watch something fake, who love fake chaos, will continue to pour into it. But I just want you to know it's really affecting me. And since I have been affected, I only feel that it's right that I affect you back.
Over on Instagram, he said the following: "People guilty of child crimes don't get to walk around free." Then referring to his own past controversies, Clark called out the wrestling community and his critics for vilifying him in 2020 when he was accused of inappropriate conduct with minors. "A lot of you owe me an apology for dragging me through the mud. 5 years later, here I stand, still free and without a single charge. It's very hard for people to admit when they were wrong and malicious. Once upon a time, he was absolutely someone who we all saw would be the next big thing. His early NXT run, and particularly his match against Aleister Black, was superb.
The man who is the polar opposite of Aleister Black.
I'm not other superstars. I'm the Velveteen Dream.
Clark was released by WWE in 2021 following public allegations during the Speaking Out movement in 2020 that he had inappropriate conduct with underage individuals. He denied all accusations, claiming a private photo of his had been distributed without his consent and that he never engaged in improper communication. By this point, the damage was already done, with hashtag Fire Velveteen Dream trending whenever he'd be on TV, making him quite the liability for the company. At the time, Triple H stated publicly that WWE had conducted an internal investigation and, quote, didn't find anything. However, at least one alleged victim later claimed that WWE never contacted them as part of the review, casting doubt on the thoroughness of this process. Despite being let go by the company, Clark insisted the case against him was built on falsehoods and that he had never been charged with any crime. He's now asking fans to help push for him returning to the WWE. If you love me like you say you love me, the bosses Triple H and HA, pay attention to social media. Hashtag we want the dream and spam at Triple H at WWE. They will hear you. We can make enough noise to drown out those lies and the hate. Well, once upon a time, Patrick Clark held the NXT North American Championship and was largely considered one of the most extremely promising young stars in the company. But his post-WWE image has remained controversial. Reports from his time in NXT indicated he had backstage heat with several of his fellow stars, while also being accused of secretly filming others in locker room bathrooms and faced multiple arrests, wellness violations, and accusations of recklessness in the ring. Since his WWE release, Clark has wrestled only a limited number of independent matches, and no major promotion has publicly shown interest in signing him. And understandably so, because crimes aside, the guy is clearly not all there. Even looking at his smile, it's so clear on a psychology level that he can't seem to let this go.
I'm going to make sure that I expose the business, and hopefully none of us can have pro wrestling.
You will never be signed by the WWE ever again, and the more you crash out, the worse it's gonna get. While speaking to Chris Van Vliet in 2024, Dream addressed the allegations directly, denying any misconduct.
Are these not conversations that you had?
No, those aren't conversations that I've ever had with anybody, minor or adult. Legal, illegal, consensual, non-consensual, those words, those texts, those images that have been pushed out there on the internet, they're all false.
Dream clarified that the accounts making the accusations were taken down and are no longer accessible. However, he did admit that he was speaking to a person named Jacob Schmidt on Instagram, but insisted that he never said or typed anything inappropriate.
Excuse me, a Jacob Schmidt on Instagram. We actually had a phone conversation over Instagram. At no point in time did I ever type anything or say anything that should have or could have been misconstrued as an advance of any type.
But I guess there's people that are going to say, why are you trying to be friends with a 16-year-old?
Yeah, there's been a lot of people that have said a lot of things. The one thing to be very clear about, it's not a friendship. It's a mentorship. It's I can only akin it to the Big Brother, Little Brother program.
However, despite his denials, it should be noted that there remains no concrete evidence proving his innocence against the allegations either. On the CVV show, Dream only offered his side of the story without presenting any proof. Meanwhile, there is video evidence of Dream speaking to minors, as well as photo evidence showing him allegedly sending nude images. Adding to the skepticism, the interview with Van Vliet has since been set to private on his YouTube channel, further raising questions about the credibility of Dream's statements. It still remains in parts on the internet in audio form, but it's damn near impossible to find the video version outside of YouTube Shorts. Dream's controversies didn't end with the allegations either. In August 2022, he was arrested twice in Orlando, Florida. The first arrest on August 20th involved charges on first-degree battery and trespassing after he allegedly bit and punched a gym employee at Club Orlando.
All that will be coming with us.
Please, sir, please,
Give me his bag.
Can I send
The little bag.
Bro, I need my... Bro, please, please, please. I didn't do anything wrong. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything wrong.
There's a bag in there.
This is illegal. This is illegal, sir. This is illegal.
We told you it was the battery.
What was the battery?
The battery. You had a fight with him. You bit him.
I didn't bite him, sir. I didn't bite him.
Okay.
Just days later, on August 26th, he was arrested again for possession of drug paraphernalia. These incidents occurred while he was serving a 12-month probation sentence from a previous arrest in November 2021 for possession of cocaine. He spent 25 days in Seminole County Jail and was released on September 13th, 2022. Dream was also involved in a separate incident where he allegedly used cocaine while employed by WWE, leading to a quiet suspension. It was reported that Dream admitted to using cocaine with other NXT wrestlers, raising further concerns about his behavior during his time with the company. And this is where former WWE superstar EC3 comes into all of this. In 2022, EC3 publicly accused Velveteen Dream of attempting to film other wrestlers in the bathroom during a party at his home. According to EC3, he found Dream's phone positioned in a way that suggests it was recording. While speaking on the Wrestling Outlaws with Dr. Chris Featherstone and Vince Russo, EC3 stated the following: "I'm not making the claims. There was literally a camera in my bathroom that belonged to him on his cell phone that was filming the toilet, okay? It's not a claim." EC3 went on to describe what he saw, alleging that the phone was strategically placed to record people using the bathroom. The phone was propped up like it is on the desk of Al Snow's guest house, filming the toilet selfie mode style, like bafflingly crazy. I'm so aghast and shocked that I couldn't believe I was watching my own phallus tinkle on someone else's phone to see the record button going. Patrick Clark addressed these accusations during the aforementioned interview with Chris Van Vliet, denying that he was trying to film anyone, Dream claiming that while his phone may have been in the bathroom, it was not set to record anything.
I think at some point during the night, EC3 walked into the bathroom where my phone was laying flat, saw it, and maybe had some interpersonal conflict on how he wanted to deal with that, but that was never true.
Dream also accused EC3 of bringing drugs to the party and starting a chaotic scene.
EC3 brings out a framed black and white picture of Tom Selleck with a pile of cocaine on this picture of Tom Selleck, and he puts it down on his dining room table, and he's like, "Let's party, boys."
Dream further suggested that substances are a part of EC3's life and that he struggles to control them.
Can't say abuse, but substances are an aspect of Mike's life that he has a problem controlling. And the other two people, our mutual friends, were there. I left my phone on your bathroom counter, and because you were not sure of my sexuality at the time because of the character I played on TV and because we're not friends in real life at all, you try to accuse me of recording you in your own home. I had him prove to you that I was not recording you. Cocaine is a hell of a drug, EC3. Get your shit together. You're pathetic. Now control that narrative, you asshole.
However, EC3 doubled down on his allegations against Dream, calling him out for lying about the incident. EC3 says, "Why was the phone in the bathroom? Why was it lying flat? Because it wasn't." In a separate interview with Steve Fall, EC3 claimed that WWE knew about Dream's alleged actions, but chose to protect him due to his perceived value as a rising star.
It was known, like talent knew, like they were involved, and it's a wild tale, and a lot of people didn't know. And sometimes if talent's doing well and drawing money, they'll be protected.
And him being a weirdo continues. In January of this year at an MCW wrestling event, Patrick would enter wearing a t-shirt featuring some of the most recognizable mugshots in wrestling history. The back of the shirt read, quote, "Guilty by association," while the front displayed mugshots of Vince McMahon, Donald Trump, Booker T, Liv Morgan, Ric Flair, Roman Reigns, Andre the Giant, Brock Lesnar, Eddie Guerrero, Scott Hall, Chris Jericho, and Dream himself. And understandably, the shirt immediately drew criticism. Many thought, well, this guy is just trying so hard to stay relevant through the visor of making a political point, all by exploiting the real-life legal troubles and personal struggles of those on the shirt. And once again, another big mistake in his comeback tour. Instead of addressing all the backlash of the shirt, he doubled down and promoted the shirt with the caption, "Guilty by association merch available, #heel." For years, all these examples and more prove that deep down inside, the deeply deranged human being known as Patrick Clark just can't seem to accept that it's time to move on. The response to this last gasp of relevancy was overwhelmingly negative, with many calling the shirt disrespectful and a cheap attempt at getting attention. Some fans argued that Dream is attempting to capitalize on the dark side of wrestling history to keep himself in the convo after a string of scandals, which clearly is what he's doing, because he went from seemingly trying to move past it to realizing, oh wait, this is the only thing I can hang my hat on now, I'm going to take advantage of it. I assume Patrick Clark is one of those any press is good press kind of people. What I don't think he realizes though is that anytime he's trending and no matter what he does to try and overwrite it, we still know what you did. But then in early 2024, Velveteen Dream released an apology video expressing remorse for his past actions and acknowledging his mistakes.
As you've probably seen or have heard over the course of the last few years, I want to apologize for my behavior. Both professionally and personally, I always preach to those closest to me about the power of accountability and responsibility, and I take full accountability for my behavior over the last 3 years of my life.
He then addresses the WWE directly.
First, I want to apologize to the WWE organization. I want to apologize to the WWE organization for any unwanted attention and negative press that I brought to your brand and your product. I want to apologize to the WWE fans and the Velveteen Dream fans, because when you hear the name Velveteen Dream, it should have only been spoken about in a productive and a positive light.
He also apologizes to Triple H and Shawn Michaels.
I want to apologize to the WWE and the fans. I want to apologize to Paul Levesque. Paul, you are such an understanding and patient man and leader, and getting the opportunity to work with you and to learn from you, I get the sense of what makes you who you are and how you've been able to handle the responsibility of being in the public light for such a long time. Also, I want to say I'm sorry to Shawn Michaels, and I apologize if you feel like you've wasted your time and your energy investing into me. You have not. I'm still a work in progress. I'm still learning.
Dream also apologizes to his family for the negative attention they faced because of his actions.
No one should have to answer the questions. Where is Patrick now? What did Patrick do? What happened with Patrick? That's not your responsibility. And I don't want you to feel burdened with that responsibility. That's my responsibility.
So now here in the big 2025, do any of you actually want to see Velveteen Dream back in a WWE ring? If in wrestling at all? Personally, I have no interest. Once upon a time, you were absolutely brilliant at what you did, and I think it is a damn shame you messed up everything you could have had. And for as delusional and as deranged as Patrick Clark comes across, he needs to accept that it is time to move on to a different career because the DREAM is over.
Yep, it's over for him. Yep, it's over for him. I wouldn't come back to wrestling. Just you can stay in the independence if you want to, but it's over for you. Just give it some other career and you can look for. I don't think wrestling for you anymore. At least from the main, especially like the main major companies. I don't think any major company would hire you. I don't think WWE wants you back. AEW probably won't want you, but I don't think nobody will want to. Let's think of another video to watch back to. No, I'm just in a stream right now. Yeah. I watch more videos. The videos to watch. I still get after listening video.
Okay, shalom, shalom. What's up, everybody? Please let me two here. Yeah, I want Richard played the intro, but I'm not playing no intro today. There's two reasons why I'm not playing no intro. Because we're gonna expose this sick stalker motherfucker who doesn't learn to shut the hell up. When I say sick motherfucker, I mean continues to do the same thing, bringing me up, still doing the same shit. And I got plenty of proof that he's still doing the same shit. It's like this motherfucker don't never learn. Like I said, this dude is a lost cause. He's fucking pathetic. And he always will be pathetic. Oh, what's up, J-Dog? I'm sorry. Hold on for a minute. Okay, there we go. My bad. I'm going to expose Kevin Daddy for what he's been doing. I'm about to show y'all all the evidence of what he's been doing because this motherfucker don't learn to stop bringing me up. So this stream ain't gonna be that long, you know. But I'm gonna expose this motherfucker. I'm exposing him because the dude doesn't learn. He doesn't learn. And here's the proof of evidence he doesn't learn. Take a look at his YouTube profile, what he's doing. Talking this ritual shit, doing the same shit, and look at me. I mean, look at this. Bringing me up. Bringing me up. Still doing the same shit. Okay, I have work for you, fat ass. UK fucker. You not learned yet to stop bringing me up? You stalking piece of shit. You still not learn your lesson? Bitch, you better be lucky that I don't have some strong connections to get rid of you off of YouTube. You better be lucky that I don't find the rest of your social media and get rid of you. Because that would be the end of you. And you seriously don't learn. This coming for a fat loser, bitch boy, fat ass motherfucker who has no fucking job, wants to talk shit, stalk me because, oh, I got a hate boner for Arthur. Bitch, I don't give two fucks. You think I give a fuck so you got a hate boner towards me? You really think I give two fucks about you? Motherfucker, you don't exist to me. You're just a loser. Once a loser, still a loser. And you're still a stalking loser. Loser. You're not on my level. You're not on anybody's level. You're just a loser. That's all you do is talk shit and stalk and harass. You've been stalking and harass Leon. You've been talking shit about anybody who doesn't give two fucks about you. You don't learn to shut the fuck up, loser. You're still a loser. Nothing's changed about you. And you keep on bringing up people up who that I'm cool with. They don't talk about a damn thing about you. Cessing motherfucking bitch. You just a sorry disgrace to your fucking parents is. Shit. Excuse my language on that, but you just a sorry disgrace to them. And you make your parents look bad. And I'm not saying that to be attacking his parents, but he gives his parents a bad name. Straight up. I ain't holding back on that shit. I don't give a fuck. Now, here's the irony who comment on this post. Look at the irony. Take a look. Oh, the irony. The irony. That's not receipts. Person in the comments says this is not receipts. This is some old shit from 2022. This is not receipts. That's not damn receipts. A damn receipt is from a fucking grocery store. That's a damn receipt. Like, what the fuck? What the hell? Are we? I mean, are we constantly on La La Land Simple, or we're gonna keep being retarded? Shit. What's up, Asa Walker? What's up? I'm not ignoring Al. I'm exposed his fat ass because his fat ass don't fucking get it. And then he's claiming that one of my friends is cool with Leon. Motherfucker, you have no fucking proof. You're just talking to your ass because you're a lazy bum. A lazy, no good bum who keeps doing the same shit. I'm gonna keep talking shit online. Oh yeah. Yeah, motherfucker. Guess what? I don't have to condemn you, but your motherfucking self going to hell. Shit. I said that shit, and I said it, and I admit it. You are going to motherfucking hell. Because you're a bitch boy. You're a motherfucking bitch. And you're a sorry excuse for a bitch. Because your parents failed to raise your ass. And I said that since day fucking one. Your parents are a failure as much as you. And I don't regret what I said. By the way, Gene, I'm sorry if I showed your comments. I was just reading it. But yeah, Kevin Eddie, you are just as disgrace as your fucking parents. I fucking said that shit. You're a fucking disgrace to your fucking parents. And I meant every word of it because I don't bite my tongue when I speak the truth about your sorry, fat-looking ass from the fucking UK. Okay, I remember Chloe from the UK, right? Chloe's got more damn sense than you. What? Yes, Chloe's got more damn sense than you. Adam, Leon, Chayton, everybody got more damn sense than your sorry ass. You're pathetic. You're pathetic and lame. You're pathetic. Your whole existence is pathetic. You should be in Loserville. You should be like in a mental hospital with crazy folks, because obviously that's the fuck you belong in. Because you don't fucking learn from shit. You stubborn jackass motherfucker. You fucking retarded Esau motherfucker. That's what the fuck you are. A piece of shit. A piece of fucking shit. That's all you are and nothing more. I don't give a fuck. You lose your fat ass looking motherfucker. Delusional as fuck. Stupid as fuck. And retarded as fuck. Wait, shut the fuck up. Kevin Daddy, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up before somebody beat your ass in real life because you're a sorry losing ass motherfucker. Shit, because you're a loser. Once a loser, still a loser. You're still a loser. You're still a motherfucking loser. You're still a motherfucking loser. You still are. You keep saying the same old shit. Stop saying the same old shit. But hey, I'm not surprised I'm a fat loser motherfucker like you keep stalking me, because hey, you're the definition of a loser. And you always will be a loser. And motherfucker, quit bringing my name up. Quit bringing my sister up before I kick your motherfucking ass in real life, bitch. You're gonna regret one day you keep fucking with me and other people. You're gonna regret it. One of these times somebody's gonna fuck you up, fat ass. And you're gonna regret it one day. And nobody's gonna save your sorry ass. Now your pathetic brother's gonna save your ass. No one's gonna save you. You pathetic piece of shit with health problems. No one's gonna save your sorry ass. Guards like you don't fucking deserve to exist. You deserve to be unexisting because you don't bring nothing to this fucking planet. You are a waste and disgrace. Just like your fucking ancestors, just like your fucking family. And yeah, I said that. You want to talk about my sister, motherfucker? Let's go down that route. Let's talk about your sorry ass. You want to talk, and then like you want to talk about my teeth? Hey, Kevin Eddie, you are one ugly, fat ass motherfucker who can get a fucking woman. You can't talk about nobody. You ugly as fuck. Bitch. From the fucking caves. Bitch, you ugly as fuck. So don't talk about anybody's looks. You can't get a damn girlfriend. You can't get a damn wife. Shit, you have no room to talk. Zero room to talk about nobody. You're just a bitch. Once a bitch, lazy ass bitch, who wastes his money on fucking games. Now that's a loser. That's a man-child. And you're the definition of a man-child. I think I proved my point about this loser. I think I proved my point. Because this loser just gets more and more pathetic every day. More and more pathetic every day. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Oh, I know, AC Walker. I know. But hey, I'm going to expose that loser. Because that loser just don't fucking learn. He never learns. The motherfucker keeps doing the same shit. Oh, I hate Arthur. Oh, I hate Arthur. Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck you hate me. I don't give a fuck so you don't exist anymore. I don't even talk about your sorry ass. I don't give two fucks about you, dude. I got a job. I have a life. Something you don't have. Something you will never have. You'll never have a job. You'll never have a life. You'll never have a girlfriend. You'll never have a wife. You'll never have none of that shit. Besides your little pathetic ass video games, your little pathetic health problems. And that's me making fun of him because he had health problems. No, he's just a sorry excuse for a human being to exist. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, I might be going harsh on him, but the truth's gonna come out about him. And that's not all, of course, right? On his channel, he's still talking shit about people. He's still talking shit. He's still talking shit to this day. He's still talking shit. It's on the channel. He's still talking shit about people. He's still doing the same thing. This fat motherfucker not learning. He's not learned a damn thing. He's not learned nothing besides being a whining, narcissistic little bitch. I said it. He's a narcissist, fat ass little bitch. Once a bitch, still a bitch. He's the definition of a bitch. Because no bitch ain't gonna keep stalking another man. That's sick in the fucking head. That's sick. That shit ain't fucking normal. Shit. This shit ain't normal. I'm going to expose this motherfucker because he did something else. Let me see. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm cooking this fool because this fool's retarded as shit. He's retarded. Motherfucker's fucking retarded. I mean, I'm just gonna show some more evidence to prove my point that he's still stalking people. He's still doing the same shit. Look at this. Look at this sick shit. Look at this. A mean video on Chayton. You sick, dude. You know you sick. You are sick in the fucking head. You damn sick as a motherfucker. You sick. And then you sitting there chasing after this motherfucker. Excuse me. You still chasing after the dude earlier I mentioned about. You're still chasing him. So, dude, you really have no leg to stand up on nobody. You're fucking pathetic, dude. And you always will be pathetic. And guess what? I agree with Jane on one thing. When you're no longer here, you will be a member of you've been stalking me on YouTube. Now that's a sorry excuse for a memory. No one's gonna get two fucks about you, Kevin, when you're no longer here. No one's gonna give a fuck. No one's gonna give a fuck besides your group. That make no fucking sense. Makes no damn sense. Period. That makes no damn sense. Now, if I remember correctly, when this motherfucker back then talked the shit about the person on Chase, Big Boy's stream that I exposed 2-3 months ago. He was talking shit. He didn't mention my name, but he was talking shit too. Let me tell you something real quick. You could believe every bullshit about me all you want to for years on end. You could try to say I'm the worstest person, but I'll say this one time. You don't know me in fucking real life, bitch. You motherfuckers, you've been talking shit about me for years. You don't know me in real life. You motherfuckers who talk shit about me, right? So you don't know me. You never will know me. You'll never know the real me. Only certain people knows the real me in person, and certain people who met me online. Those are the ones who know the real me. You people who hate, you don't know the real me. You're a piece of shit. And continue to live in your mom's basement because you're fucking pathetic. Live in your mom's basement, your little parents' basement. Like the pieces of shit that you are. Because that's where exactly you motherfuckers belong. With your sorry excuse of parents who couldn't raise you properly. And I said it, and I don't give a fuck. You get mad, make a response, go right ahead. Fat ass Captain Daddy. Go right ahead. Because I'm not going to get 2 fucks. You don't exist to me. You ain't exist now, back then, of the shit that we had issues last year. You don't exist to me now. So keep running your damn mouth. Because every time you run your mouth, I'm going to keep stuff on you. Every time you run your mouth, I might have more and more proof to shut your ass up one day. If you keep running that little retarded ass mouth of yours. Because you're going to end up losing everything if you keep running that damn mouth. You're going to keep on. You're going to lose everything. One day, if you keep fucking with the wrong people. It could be the end of you. You have no access to social media. Shit. Sick ass bitch. Sick ass motherfucking bitch. Okay, so I'm gonna mention about my friend, of course, who that I don't hardly talk too much anymore. That was my mentor. Yes, I still talk to Wolf, but the thing is, we don't talk like we used to be because I know he told me not to mention him. But here's the thing: is I'm gonna have to say this because he's been mentioned about this fat ass keeps mentioning him. I'm gonna say this one time. Will's been focused on his personal life. I've been focused on my personal life. And other people I keep associated with, we keep in contact here and there. We're not online 24/7. We have a damn life. Loser Kevin Daddy, get into your retarded ass skull, bitch. Or do you want somebody to knock some sense into you? Personally, you deserve an ass whooping. You deserve not only an ass, you deserve way more than that. All the shit you done. And doxing me in 2024, bitch. You might be lucky I'll have your ass locked up in fucking jail. You better be lucky. Because when I get that shit out to the police, your ass is through. So there's gonna be two options, motherfucker. You're gonna stop. You gotta stop going out. This is two options you can stop. Quit breaking me up and other people up, or face the consequences in the future. I get your ass locked up in jail. What it's gonna be. You don't have to be the options. Because I've been working at a better job and I'm making way more money than your sorry ass. When you sit there lying on disability for the government. For the government. Lazy ass bitch. Now who's the real bitch? Who's the real loser? Oh wait, that's you. You're the loser at the end. Okay? So let's see you fat ass bitch. Talk shit again. And you will face the wrath one day. You keep on. I don't give a fuck, you're a stubborn jackass, bitch. Try me. Try me, it'll be your last fucking day. And you're gonna regret it one day. You keep on fucking me. You're gonna regret it, and I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna mess up your whole entire life up and your whole entire day up. You keep fucking with me. Cause I know how to connect the police from the UK. I know how to do all that shit. All that shit. Kevin, you really have no clue. I have way more power than you. Motherfucker, you have no power with me, but I got way more power than you. After all the shit you did over the years, I got way more power over you. And I can shut your ass down permanently and put your ass in prison. Then we'll see who's talking, bitch boy. Then we'll see who's real talking. We'll see who the real man is, bitch. Because your damn ain't no fucking man. You ain't no man. You're a man boy. You're a man child. And you're a bitch. And you always will be one to the fucking end. And no woman wants your sorry ass either. So let me just throw that right here, right now. Because the mature version of me don't get two fucks what you say. Do it again. Stalk me again. Harass me again. Bitch me again, bitch. I'm going to fuck up your whole entire life up. You keep fucking with me. I'm going to make sure. I'm going to make your life a living hell. You keep fucking with me. And you're going to regret it one day. You should have stopped. Now go fuck yourself, fat ass. You take your ass to a fucking gym. Lazy ass motherfucker. Burn in hell, bitch. Alrighty. I think I'm done. I think I'm done what I said about that bitch. I think I'm done. I roast that motherfucker and I don't fucking regret it. I don't give two fucks. I don't give two shits. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. So yeah. I'm gonna end this stream. I'm not gonna fight anybody. I mean, unless people want to come in, that's fine. If they don't, cool. But yeah, fat ass Kevin Daddy, you've been warned. You've been fucking warned. Do that shit again, and your ass is done. Keep fucking with me and see what happens. Because I don't have to keep making empty threats. I have connections, bitch. Something you don't never have. You might have connections, yes, where you at, where you live at, but I got way more connections to you. And I can shut you down anytime I feel like it. I actually can shut you down. And I will shut you down one day if you keep messing with me. Not only through your YouTube and Facebook, through your fucking Discord and Twitter and Twitch. I will shut your ass down, motherfucker. You keep fucking with me. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. Kevin Daddy, go fuck yourself. You're a little bitch, and you always will be a bitch to the end. What's up, bitch boy? You're gonna keep crying to your brother? Boo hoo hoo, bitch. Yeah, bitch boy. Go and cry to your pathetic ass sorry excuse of brother. Go cry to him. Go cry to him, of course. I'm sitting there harassing, bullying you. When actually that's not the truth, motherfucker. You keep doing the same shit. You're the problem. Nobody's the problem here but you. Until you fucking realize it, you'll be a piece of shit to the end. Case closed, bitch. It's a wrap. All right, everybody. I'm going to play Israelite music. I'm going to end this stream. And Kevin Daddy, go fuck yourself, bitch. Oh, what's up, Nick? I will get back to doing conspiracy stuff like I've been doing. Well, at the time, too, but fuck this motherfucker. Fuck this fat-ass UK fucker. Fuck this loser. I said what I said, and I meant what I said. And that's all I got to say. That's it. Let the motherfucker cry like a bitch, like the little bitch he is, because he's a bitch. Once a bitch, still a bitch. And he's a bitch. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get ready. Hold on.
Okay, that was Phoenix Knight V2 Austin Wilson video talking about Kevin Daddy. His beef with Kevin Daddy has realigned it. Kevin Daddy still talking about him, so I know who Kevin Daddy is. I think I'm subscribed to his channel, but I don't have a problem with Kevin Daddy. I think he came on my stream once before. On my stream one time, but he never said nothing. But he came on my stream one time before. I'm neutral with Kevin Daddy. I don't have anything against Kevin Daddy, really. I may go by Pink Lives Matter on YouTube. So. Let's look at this video from Jakar Jackson. Let me look up Jakar Jackson's name. My name is Jamora Garrett. 30 years old. August 5th, 2022. She haven't wrestled that long. She wrestled in TNA. Let's look at it. Might have music. She might have music in her video, but I guess I'll watch her video. 3 days ago, her name now is Jamar Shade. Jamar Shade. That's her name.
What up, y'all? It's your girl Jamara, formerly known as Jakara Jackson, but you address me as Miss Jackson. It is the moment y'all have all been waiting for, and you're probably here because this vlog is about my release from WWE. I'm hoping that in this video you get a little bit more clarity on what my plans are after said events, and also just me wanting to express my appreciation to all my fans and also just people who showed love during this interesting time, this chapter change. Be sure to like, subscribe, and comment below. Comment like what you want to see in my next videos. I want to start utilizing my YouTube more in a sense that my fans can still see what I'm up to, and I'm still letting y'all in on my journey. I did want to start by saying I'm very, very grateful and appreciative for my time in WWE. I don't want anybody to think that, you know, just because something like this did happen, that I'm like upset. Of course, there are upsetting factors. Of course, it hurt, and I moved all the way from New Mexico across the country for this, up and left, and just gave my all for this. And it's been quite the experience. I've made so many memories. I've met so many people from around the world. So I want to say that everybody who reached out to me and showed love and support, I see you, and I'm so thankful. Fans and anybody new joining the channel, you can check me out here, or I have Discord, in which I will be linking all that good stuff in the video details. I just wanted to thank my coaches, because, you know, without them, I wouldn't be where I am, and I loved all the opportunities that I got, and I'm thankful for them. Do I wish that I could have shown the world what I can do on my own? Hell yes. And the way I see it, I'm still going to get that opportunity, just in a different way, and that's totally fine, because it's not the end of the world. I want to start it off with expressing to all my fans how incredibly thankful I am for them for supporting me along my journey. And I just want to let you know as well that this is not over for me. I'm excited. I'm very much ready to put out what I want to put out. I don't want to get too crazy into details, because that's what interviews are for, so stay tuned. But like, I will just say again, I'm so damn thankful for everybody who is riding for me and supporting me. As much as y'all say that I motivate you, y'all motivate me to go hard. I've fallen in love with this art, but it's just everything that I love in one. So I feel like I'm at home here. It's crazy, but I'm not gonna sit here and say that I didn't feel away, but I'm so heavy on my self-care and reflection, and basically what the next step is, because life isn't what happens to you, it's how you move on from it. So with that being said, your girl has plans, okay? But I do want to get into these questions, and I also want to take a second as well to thank WWE as well. I've gotten to be in the same room as people that I like looked up to, you know what I'm saying? And also just, I got to speak to the best who are in the business, you know what I'm saying? I've gotten to do things that I never thought I would do. But again, it was such an amazing experience. I can't knock that. And in everything there are ups and downs, but I had a strong support system, and I can say that my girl Nikita and Tatum are two people who helped me stay sane in this place. And there's other people as well that really just kept me grounded. With that being said, let's get into these questions. So one of the questions was, how did you know you got released, and how did you react? So I was actually getting ready for my niece's birthday dinner. And I got a phone call, and I was like, hold up, and answered the phone, and the person on the other end sounded sad already. On the real, I feel like everybody thinks about it, because it's not a matter of if, it's when. I was shook. I definitely missed my niece's birthday dinner, because I had to regroup. It's shocking news, you know what I'm saying? I did end up going roller skating with her, so don't worry, I didn't skip out on her. I didn't like let that keep me down, because at the end of the day, my family means so much to me. It is what it is, and it ain't what it isn't. A wise man once told me. This question is, what's your bucket list moment as a pro wrestler still waiting to check off? I'd have to say my bucket list moment, or at least like what was on my bucket list, what is still on my bucket list, was having a storyline I could sink my teeth into and show depth in my character. Also, holding a title, you know what I'm saying? I want to hold gold. So that's definitely going to continue to be my goal. With your departure from WWE, Do you plan on continuing to wrestle and explore new things? Yes, I definitely want to continue wrestling. I also want to dabble in acting. The sky's the limit at this point. I want to do a lot of things. But wrestling, I'm definitely going to continue. So you will be seeing me. So keep your eyes peeled and stay tuned because the transformation is going to be something serious. I don't like to talk about it. I like to be about it. So that being said, you will see what is to come. Big things for sure. But that is it. Thank y'all so much for tuning into this vlog with me. Again, subscribe if you haven't already. And for all the new people coming and joining the channel, thank you so much for watching. Like, subscribe, and comment below. Okay, I'm not going to tell y'all again. But until next time, bye.
I would like to see her probably in what company I would like to see her? Probably GCW. Try GCW. Without being a hardcore match, but she don't have to be in a hardcore match. GCW is not all about hardcore matches, but she can be in GCW. House of Glory. Definitely House of Glory. There's a few companies she could go to. MLW. She go to MLW and try to be a MLW Featherweight champion. She could like modeling. She could do modeling. That's what he said. It's up to head just said Patrick can do modeling. Yeah, he could. That's what Jakar Jackson could do modeling. Maybe Patrick can work with us. Geno, he can bring yeah rush with it. Yep. I see your Sonya Deville's reaction to being released.
What's up, guys? What's up, guys? I'm sorry I kept you waiting in the dark. As you know, we've had some big life changes lately, and Tony and I thought no better way to discuss all that than right here with you. And so here goes it.
No, go ahead.
Where do we begin, babe?
Well, I think we have to begin at the beginning of the next chapter.
Fair. As a lot of you guys know, 10 days ago now, I got the call. My contract was not being renewed with the WWE. I was in Washington, D.C. for a cheer tournament with our little one. I was actually running on the treadmill working out with our older one, Giovanna, and I got a phone call. We were in the middle of negotiations. And so I thought the phone call was going to be the middle ground that we met on, an agreement, a contract, and it was, we are not renewing your contract. So for complete transparency, which this is really the first time I'm saying this, I was shocked. We were both shocked, I think.
Yes. And we weren't together, and she calls me and goes, they're not renewing my contract while I was at practice with the little one for cheer.
What did you think when I called you? Did you think I was messing with you?
No, I had a drop in my stomach and I was like, what? Because this whole time you were unsure of, what was going to be next.
Yeah, it was
like
weird time.
Want to be next. And, all these questions come up. And meanwhile, I was the one the entire time saying, are you crazy? You're going to be there forever. Just that morning, actually, we were having talk about babies and, that's a topic for another day. But it was, we didn't want to do it while you were traveling. And I was like, well, I guess it's never happening because you are going to be there forever.
Yeah. Crazy. And there's so many things, there's so many different factors. There's so many things to lead us to the mindsets we were in leading up to the phone call. The fact that I'd been there for 10 years, the fact that I had a great relationship with almost everybody from backstage to talent to across the board. And I everyone was like family there. I mean, you work somewhere for 10 years consecutively. You become like a family. So it was unexpected. Nonetheless, in typical Daria fashion, the first thing I did was
skip a beat.
Yeah.
Like, it's so weird because it's like a blessing in disguise because you literally went right into action of like, oh my God, there's so many things I wanted to do but couldn't because my hands were tied.
Right.
And you just were like, all right, let's go on to
Well, there's so many things to that. First and foremost, I had the greatest 10 years of my life. So grateful. The stories on the road, the traveling, the wrestling, the performing. Like, I lived out dreams that I could have never imagined. I did imagine them. I think I manifested them as a child, but never could have even dreamt something so incredible. So grateful to the WWE. And at the end of the day, it's a business. And I think business minded. And so for whatever the reason is, I don't know the reason. And I could sit here and try to come up with one or guess or be like, oh, it was definitely that, or it was because I said that or did that. But you know better than anyone, like I put 150% effort in the entire 10 years. But most importantly, the last like 3. I went down to the performance center on my own time, moved there for 2 months to train to get the rust off.
Because just earlier this past year, you moved down there for like 4 months to train when you were healed.
To get my ACL better. Yeah. Because, yeah. So anyway, 110%, we did everything. And so it was such a feeling of like, when I got the call, he said the words, at first it was shock. At first it was like, whoa. But then it was almost like instantaneously, my trust in the universe allowed me to just be at peace with it instantly, because you can't fight fate. Like, that chapter was meant to close and all these new beautiful blessings were meant to come. And we'll talk about it in a minute, but like, just the way things happen, like, is there anything more like serendipitous? Like, it happened for a reason. So how could you be mad at that? How could you be upset or frustrated or even wonder what if? Like, life's too short. I have so many dreams, so many things I want to do, and I still love everybody there. And I have a great, like, my memory from that place is nothing but positive, and I want to keep it that way. But also I respect that the universe is like, hey, that chapter's closed right now, forever, whatever. It doesn't matter. But like, on to the next. Let's go. I have 2 kids and a wife to take care of. We have a family. Like, we got to keep going.
Yeah.
And so I think that just allowed me to have like instant peace. It was like, it's all good.
But like, were you surprised?
I was shocked by the phone call. What are the reasons you think we weren't surprised? Like the part of us that kind of thought it might have been coming.
So I think that it's twofold here. I think when you look at the bigger picture of your life, I think that your dream as a 12-year-old kid was not to be a wrestler.
Correct.
And I think that what your dream was, you being a wrestler with them was holding you back.
Interesting.
So I think that, I mean, because I've seen what your life has been like the last 4 months, like with auditions and other opportunities coming your way. And like, it was like the universe was setting you up, because I think that if you didn't have the last 4 months that you had, with being so busy, I mean, you're traveling, you're landing on a Tuesday morning, you're filming auditions that are due by noon, then you're flying back out the next day for an appearance that is not WWE related or whatever. And I saw like life was just really hectic.
Yeah.
And it's like at some point something has to break. And I know that that wasn't your dream to be a wrestler. And to be fair, like I think what it does to your body and it makes me nervous. And, you know, just like the lifestyle with the traveling, and it's a hard life to keep up with. And I think one of those two things had to break. So if one had to break, I'm happy it was wrestling, because now you can do what your dream was as that 12-year-old kid. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Fair.
And I think that you're such an entrepreneur and you're such like a go-getter and like a, you know, like you have so much motivation, and there was nothing to do with that motivation, because it really had nothing to do with you. You could just show up on, you know, Monday night for the match that they tell you and do the best you can. But besides that, you have no control over anything.
Right.
You know, you're just like their puppet, you know. So I forgot what your question was. Was I surprised?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I was very surprised.
Yeah.
I was totally surprised, because I feel like with all of that being said, and I think it is like such a good blessing, and like so many more exciting things than that are about to happen. But I was very surprised, because I'm like, oh my God, you would have been, if they would have given you the reins to be like the greatest heel there ever was. So I feel like that's not fair. I'm like, no, she's not done. Like,
right.
Like you guys like didn't use her. You didn't use her for what she was like the greatest at. So like that part, yeah, shocked me. I'm like, are you guys crazy? You know, like part of me just looks at it like you were so good. And when you were given an opportunity, like, are they crazy? So yes, I was surprised by that.
Thanks, babe.
And you're just such a good like role model. You're such a good spokesperson for the company. You're like such a good look, a good athlete. Like, you know, I don't know. I felt like you checked all the boxes of what a wrestler has to be. It's a performer, it's an athlete, talk on the mic, the looks, like you check every one of those boxes. So yes, I was very shocked.
Yeah, it was interesting. And I haven't even thought any of this out. And like, and that's another thing. This is still so like new. So I'm sure my feelings and emotions about this will evolve. But like, I didn't think about any of that. It was just like, okay, like you said, did I grow up wanting to be a wrestler? No. But did I fall in love with the business in the meantime? Absolutely. I fell in love with what I was doing. It was crazy how it happened, because I wanted to be an actress. The thing Tony keeps referring to I wanted to do since I was 12 years old was act. My mom took me to my first acting class when I was like maybe 13. It was an hour away from my house. She would drive me there. She'd sit there with me for 4 hours and watch me do monologue and scene study. So yeah, that was my first dream. The way that people fall in love with music and use music as their vice when they're depressed or sad or happy is the same thing I did with television and film. I was having a hard time in school in my adolescent years, and I would come home, lock myself in my basement, and binge watch One Tree Hill with my neighbor. And that allowed me to escape the world and forget about literally everything that was going on. And it was then that I fell in love with acting. I was like, wow, you can escape reality. You can make people feel so strongly one way or another. Similar to wrestling, but that was my dream. And the irony of it all is that the week they didn't renew my contract, I booked my first big film project.
How booked before you got this phone call?
Right.
It's like
3 days.
Universe was literally
3 days before I got the phone call. I got the call from my manager that I booked this role that I had auditioned for. How weird is the universe? What a beautiful thing. Like, what is there to be mad about? I see people leave and they say bad things about the company, or they talk crap, or they say whatever they say. And I cannot relate. I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I cannot relate. I loved every minute of it. I love everybody there. I love everything I got to do, everything I did, experienced. But that was a chapter, and it was a decade long. A decade. Travel, wrestle, eat, sleep, repeat. And it was fun. But now I have no choice but to listen to the universe and the universal signs. Like, hey, Dee, that was good, but here's what's next. And
that's like the smallest glimmer of what's next. What they already have lined up for you.
Yeah.
Let the universe by they, but
yeah,
yeah,
it's exciting. I'm excited. We have a lot of things coming up.
yeah, we do.
Let's see what the comments said. Let's see what the comment says. No, not burning bridges with WWE, but WWE means the door is always open for future opportunities. Yeah, just not for her though. She missed to pass. I guess I don't understand releasing talent when you introduce two new women's division titles and are struggling for meaningful stories. You can watch the be gather be aware. Yep. I know you like Sonya Deville because she's a lesbian. She has a girlfriend. Oh, well, she has a wife. I think you like Sonya Deville probably. I mean, she's not tall though. I think Sia Bates is a lesbian. I think she's a lesbian or bisexual. I don't know what's to do with her, but I think she has like a girlfriend or a wife. I think. Let me look her up. I'm looking her up now. I don't see what type of lifestyle she is. She seemed like a lesbian or bisexual. Cena Baszler. Heck yeah. Well, I guess I'll go 4 hours and see if there are any more videos to look at. Guess this will be the last video.
What's up, and welcome to an all-new episode of Unwrapped. My name is Darius. Some of you may know me formerly as WWE superstar Sonya Deville, now turned entrepreneur, real estate-preneur, actrice, and anything I want because I'm free.
And I am her wife, Tony, and I am trying so hard to be a chicken mama, but most of my chickens got eaten by bears, and the 25 eggs I have laying currently in the chicken coop are not turning into chicks. I don't know. So here we are.
And one of your ducks got murdered. Your ducklings got murdered. Is a baby duck a duckling?
Well, is it considered a duckling if it never actually hatched out of the egg, but the ducks aggressively attacked the egg and pulled the baby duck out, and then it was dead?
Yeah, it had feathers.
It did have feathers.
Forming to be a duckling. That was really nasty.
So I'm killing it.
Literally.
That was a good one.
In other news, we opened our pool this last week, and it's a cold plunge. I refuse to put the heater on because we have an electric heater for the pool, which is great, but it's May, and like to heat the pool right now, it would be like thousands of dollars a month. So the kids are currently cold plunging, but unfazed until we found an army of, what are they called?
Salamanders.
Guys, we found a
redback salamanders.
Legitimate army of redback salamanders
everywhere
in the pool. Babe, there was like literally 500.
I know. And all around the pool. And it was like, you don't notice them until you notice one. And then you're like, wait, there's another. Oh my God, they're everywhere.
They look like a pencil with legs. Like they're really, really skinny. So when you look in the pool, you could think it's like a leaf or like a branch or something. And then our daughter was like, Daria, what is that? And I was like, oh, it's just like a stick. Nope, that's a swimming lizard. And then
everyone thought they were tadpoles, and I'm like, no. So I pull up the Google app, I take a photo of them, and then we
explain this Google app to me, because you did it the other day poolside, but I wasn't with you, and I didn't understand what the hell you're talking about.
Oh my God, it's so cool. So if you have something like a redback salamander,
you go to the app store and you download the Google app.
I think so.
What do you mean you think so?
I don't know. Google just prompted me to like get it, and then I got it. I didn't like go download it. I don't even know. And I've never like used it until actually this day was the first time I really used it. But there's a camera setting. So when you go to type something in the search bar, instead of having to like, what is this thing that looks like a newt in my pool? You just take a photo of the animal and it tells you what it is.
What?
Yeah.
First of all, I have so many problems with this. Why wasn't this invented sooner? We've had this technology. Do you remember back in the day, what was the music app where you would turn on the microphone and it would listen to a song and it would tell you immediately what the song was? Do you remember what that?
Yeah, I remember it, but I don't remember what it was called.
And that was like 15 years ago. So why are we now just coming up with this Google app thing where
I don't know, but it is fantastic. I actually used it again. So guys, we have Christmas wreaths up on our front door that I have not brought in yet. And last week I was like, oh, I really should bring those in now that the pool is open.
Yeah.
So I went to grab them off, and we thought a bat was living under our front porch area. So like every time we went in and out of the door, like something would fly past you real fast. And I assumed it was a bat.
A bat in the night. Yep.
But actually what it was a little bird living in the wreath that created an entire nest that now has 6 eggs in this nest in the little pocket of the Christmas wreath hanging on the front door.
I feel like I'm in Snow White. And maybe it's fresh in my mind because we just went and watched the new Snow White movie in theaters, but I feel like I am Snow White.
It's just animals everywhere.
Against my will.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to make that clear. It's the 2 dogs. It's the chickens. The chicks
ducks.
No. The chicks that haven't hatched yet. The ducks that are soon to be born. Oh, and the birds living in my Christmas wreath on my front doorstep with the 10 eggs that it laid in the wreath.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so my point was I used
raccoons, foxes,
coyote,
tadpoles in my pool,
deer.
This is ridiculous.
We have a whole zoo in our driveway every single night when we go to sleep.
It literally is Snow White. I didn't sign up for this.
You did. Literally, you signed the paper.
No, I did. I really should have read the fine print.
So with that being said, 2 things. I can't now take my Christmas wreath down. I have to leave it at the front door until the baby birds hatch. They're golden finches, which I learned from taking a photo of the eggs on the Google app.
It's actually, wow, that app is so... It just blows my mind that it wasn't around sooner, is the part that annoys me about it. But that's genius. But before we get into the meat and bones of our episode, which we're really excited to talk to you guys about. We just want to remind you that the best way you can support us is right here on YouTube. Like, subscribe, so you guys can get notifications turned on when we drop a new episode or maybe a random video in the middle of the week. Also, you can head over to our Patreon account where we do bonus exclusive episodes every single week. We post 2 episodes just for our Patreon subscribers. The same quality, the same effort goes into it. Tony and I sit here and we chop it up just for you guys. And it's $8 a month, guys. So click the link below, go subscribe to Patreon if you want a little extra with us. Also, with that, you get a community chat and you get a live Q&A with us every single month and much, much more. We do exclusive photo shoots on there and all kinds of other fun stuff. We love you guys and thank you for your continued support. Now, I think we have to talk about the elephant in the room.
What happened this weekend?
The WWE releases.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is the first batch of releases since I got released, 3 months ago now in February?
Yeah.
This one hit a little close to home because a few of my good friends were released, but also it felt like a lot of people were released with, it's always the case, right? Like they release people and you're like, sometimes you're like, why? They had so much potential. But this group really felt like that. And we're going to go through them and kind of give you our take on it. Tony, we're going to go through the ones that maybe Tony knows personally, or has met, or is familiar with, because she's obviously been around this world for the last few years.
Yeah.
But it's so crazy to me because it's like a couple of the people on this list were fired by Vince back in 2021, 2022, and then rehired by Triple H when he took over.
Mm-hmm.
To then be fired again.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the mind-blowing part to me. Because like it's one thing if you get fired from a company, it's almost worse to get rehired and then fired again. It's like, we decided we really, really don't want you. And that to me is shitty. Or maybe it was other, I mean, what do you think the reasons could be for that?
Well, it's weird. And now that I'm thinking about it more, this is not the first time that it's somebody Triple H brought back and then very soon after, like within a couple of years, let go again. That's like been a trend of his, no?
Well, no, it was a trend that Vince fired a group of people that Triple H brought back.
That's what I'm saying. But
then to get refired, it's kind of new. It's
no, there were definitely other people, like last summer I'm talking about, because I remember you saying like Triple H brought him back and then let him go again.
There might you guys can fact check us.
Yeah,
the two that really stand out to me is Dakota Kai.
Yeah.
She was let go. Triple H brought her back, was high on her seemingly. She was doing great. She was in one of the biggest female factions of the last decade, Damage Control, really kind of reinventing herself. Also a girl that's dealt with multiple injuries, come back from the injuries looking better in the ring than before she got injured, which I can attest to is a very difficult thing to do. So I give her a lot of credit for that. And I'm kind of like, why?
The Dakota, there's 2 people that shocked me the most, and it's probably because they're the 2 people I know the most. I think, to be honest, I don't know a lot of people on that list, but I am wild shocked by them, especially because I feel...
Who's the other one?
Shayna, sorry.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But I feel like Dakota's been making such a imprint recently. Like she was in the, guys, I'm not like the biggest, like I don't keep up with the, but I know she was like in the title run and like no one really knew who was going to win, her or Lyra, right up until like the last minute. And like, I even remember saying to you in advance, like, I feel like it's gotta be Dakota because she's just become such a impactful character that people love.
Yeah.
And even the group she was like in and then took over kind of and was like the leader of it. I felt like she had such a good character.
Well, because it was for when they announced the Intercontinental Championship, Dakota and Lyra were in the finals. And it was to the people backstage, to the fans watching, to everyone across the board. It was kind of a toss-up. It was very 50-50.
No one knew who it was going to be.
And that's rare to set this up. Like, I'm sure a lot of you watch wrestling, but like, you kind of can always have an idea of who's going to walk away with the title when you're getting to a match like that. You know, you could assume. But like in this situation, it was very 50-50. I was like, oh, it could go either way. Lyra's, you know, the new hot rising star. She's made such an impact already. She's great in the ring. She's actually really good on the mic too. Amazing character. But then you have Dakota, more of the veteran in the situation, but just reinvented herself really, had such a good look.
But it like seemed like it was her time.
It seemed like it was her time. And something indicative of these new titles to me was it seemed like when Chelsea won the US title, it seemed to me like they were kind of using the title as a way to reward the people that aren't yet at the top of the card, but that have worked and worked and worked to earn that spot and still have recognition before ascending to, to wrestle for the main titles. And so I thought it was great when Chelsea won the US title. We were so excited for her. She's so talented, and she's really made it clear this last year, like who the hell she really is and what she's capable of.
And she's just hysterical.
Well, she's the funniest person ever.
Oh my God.
Me and Tony love Chelsea. But anyway, it seemed like the same kind of trajectory was going for Dakota, and it made sense that Lyra won it, but still to then release.
It would have made just as much sense for Dakota to win it too.
Right.
Both made sense. But to go from that high to then getting released so randomly.
That's what I hate.
It doesn't make any, she still, I think, was untapped potential.
Yeah, I think so too. But what's funny is the second she got released, her name was one of the ones circulating in the dirt sheets very quickly. Like other wrestling companies have interest in Dakota Kai. Like she's, in my opinion, I see her going to an AEW. I see her going to a TNA. And not just existing there, but being the top of the division.
Well, was she a wrestler like before WWE?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she's going to have no issues, no problems. We wish her the best of luck, and I think she's great. Shayna being a surprising one for us, because when you talk about a women's division and you talk about diversity and everyone kind of being able to bring something a little bit different to the table, there's no one in professional wrestling, I'm sorry, on the women's side that brings to the table what Shayna does. It's a flavor, it's a thing, and it's so unique. And what she was able to do with it was obviously working, because she was a 2-time NXT Women's Champion, one of the longest ever reigning NXT Women's Champions, I believe, 2-time tag champ on the main roster. Like, she's a killer.
They needed to use her as though the killer,
yeah,
and they weren't
100%.
for the whole last year. I don't know anything before that.
Well,
but
it's the same thing I said on the last podcast I did when they were asking me about PFC. And I was very honest with the fact that there's only one way PFC should have been booked. And the same goes for Shayna Baszler.
Yeah.
Shayna Baszler needs to be booked as a killer. And when booked properly as a killer, she's a killer.
And there's nobody else. There's nobody else there that can fill that
void.
No,
that gap. Yeah, no.
I would think Rhea, but she's a good guy now, right? She's a babyface now.
It doesn't even matter if Rhea's babyface or heel. Rhea's.
But I'm saying there's nobody that
incredible.
has that
but even
persona of just fucking tough.
Shayna and
nobody
Rhea
else
though
has
even
that.
are so different.
Agreed, but
So
I'm just saying I look at Rhea as being the big muscular tough.
Yeah,
and who else?
No one in Shayna's bracket.
Yeah,
no one that can do it the way that Shayna can. And even we've seen her crossover in Bloodsport, which is kind of wrestling meets shoot fighting MMA organization ran by Josh Barnett, who is Shayna's longtime coach and friend. When Shayna went over there to do the Bloodsport matches, they're more real style matches. There's no ropes on the ring. It's just kind of a elevated mat. And you kind of are really fighting, but also working together.
Wait, you can fall off?
Yeah, you can fall off.
What?
Yeah.
That sounds like a game in Mario.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Right?
Yeah.
When you're trying to beat Bowser.
Yeah. That's kind of
you
what it is.
Fall off the side.
Well, Shayna went over there and did a couple matches during her time in WWE. WWE started letting people go do Bloodsport matches. Natty had
I saw
one.
Natty just did it, right?
Yeah, a couple other people went over there, Karrion Kross, I think. And she would go over there and have these badass shoot style matches where she's just fucking these bitches up. And it was just such a great glimpse at what Shayna's capable of when given the opportunity. So saying that to say, I think my prediction is she'll end up having an amazing presence in Bloodsport, maybe some other independent promotions too. And I can even see her going to TNA and being a killer there. I think the TNA women's division would benefit greatly with someone like Shayna Baszler, because I don't know their roster that well, but I have watched, and from what I see on social media, I don't think they have anybody like Shayna over there.
Well, I don't think there is really many people like Shayna.
Right, but
because it's real. Even her manipulations that she does, that's because real knowledge, you know what I mean, that she's bringing to the table.
You know what I just thought about though? One of her best friends and one of the original 4 horsewomen of MMA, Marina Shafir, is over at AEW with Claudio, formerly known as Cesaro.
But do you think that she would want to be back on the Travel Weekly grind?
I don't think she's done with that yet. I don't think she
No?
would mind. No, I think she wants. I would think, and I don't know this, but I think she's in good spirits from having talked to her, and I think she has a lot left to give.
Okay.
Shayna's also like a wealth of knowledge, so she can I can even see her like producing, helping out, like behind the scenes. Like
Mhm.
she's very intelligent, she's very smart, and she has like a high in-ring IQ.
It's interesting. This is veering a little bit, but also relatable. I feel like when people get released, it's one of two things. It's either the character just isn't it, and like it's time to go, or you really have an amazing character that would have been so good, but they're booking you wrong.
Well, yeah, because that's the thing about pro wrestling is like at the end of the day, we all know that most people, not all people, most people with the machine behind them, the company behind them would thrive in some way, shape, or form. But if you don't have that machine behind you, your options are, we've seen it happen. I will give an example to play devil's advocate of Chelsea Green. The machine was not behind Chelsea Green a year ago. She created a spot for herself and made herself so undeniable that I think in my mind, they were finally like, all right, give this girl a freaking shot. She's trending on social media. She's posting hilarious videos. She's getting great engagement. Like the fans seem to really like it. Let's just give her a shot, see what happens. And then she became the first ever US Women's Champion and did an amazing job with that title run. So that's me playing devil's advocate. There is people who have straight up created their own, and there's more than just Chelsea Green. But yes, it certainly helps when you haven't kind of gotten your takeoff moment yet, that the company's behind you and they want to see that happen and they push for it.
Yeah.
They put you in situations to thrive instead of, catering.
Yeah.
Okay, this is another one that was shocking. Don't know her that well, but I think you may have met her in passing. Have you ever met Cora Jade?
No.
You know who she is, though. She's good friends with Mandy and Indy. And
Yeah.
you've met Indy, obviously. I found this one extremely surprising for so many reasons. First and foremost, this is a girl who dropped out of high school when she was 15 years old to pursue professional wrestling. Okay. We've seen pictures of her when she was like 15 meeting CM Punk at a meet and greet. Like we're talking diehard wrestling fan, amazing look, so unique, kind of has that AJ Lee style that we don't really have right now. Great wrestler, great in ring, good on the mic, good character work. Like she kind of had it all and she's 24 years old, which brings me to this. Tell me what you think of this. TKO rumored, I don't know if this was a direct quote, but apparently they said this batch of releases was due to two major factors, age and salaries.
But she doesn't fall into that.
She doesn't fall into that. She's young.
But I think it also is a case by that could be majority, but then they could have thrown her in for a different
maybe
reason.
that may have been the case for majority of the people on the list, but that is certainly not the case for Cora Jade. I think I'm so confused by it. She was doing stuff in TNA because TNA now has this deal with WWE and there's like some crossover and they were sending her over there to do some stuff. Last I've seen, she was on NXT TV still.
So then what do you think it is?
With her, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. She did. She went on social media and she kind of, wrote a nice message saying, this isn't the end. This is just my new beginning. Talking about, obviously, this isn't the end for her. She's 24 years old. This is what she's always wanted to do. I can definitely see her going to AEW or TNA rather. Yeah. She's already done work at TNA, so I'm sure she's friendly with some of the people over there and making a big impact. But it's so funny because it's like I would have pegged her as being perfect for WWE main roster. I wonder if it's one of those things where just wrong time. I could see her going and blowing up on the independent scene and then getting re-signed.
So was she signed to NXT before she was on the indies?
No.
What? She was on the indies and then kind of like got scouted. Like how did she get to WWE in the first place?
She wrestled on the indies and got scouted and got to NXT.
Okay.
Just like the traditional path in my knowledge.
Was she ever on main roster?
No.
That's so weird.
But she was ready. Like she was at the point where it was like, well, they just brought in her best friend, Roxanne Perez. Like they were kind of at the same starting point in the same level. Like it would have made sense in my mind to bring up Roxanne, bring up Cora shortly thereafter. Yeah. And they just hadn't yet. So I don't know what it is. And maybe she's happy. I know she did allude to some stuff on social media about like body shaming and stuff like that. So she said something along the lines of, I have a lot to say. Don't worry, I'm going to say it. So I wonder if more is going to come out between now and the next few months when her 3-month non-compete. I don't know if they have a 90-day non-compete. I heard NXT has a 30-day non-compete. So whatever, in the coming months when she's no longer under that non-compete, I wonder if she'll have more to say.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we were talking about this morning. Did you see what Indy said to Cora? What'd she say?
Indy said, I only want to be your fan. And Cora responded back to her saying, stay tuned, honey.
Okay, so maybe some alluding to starting an OnlyFans account. That's pure speculation, but that's kind of what it seems like they're, which, listen, we have friends that have done very, very well post WWE transferring over to OnlyFans. So good for her.
Well, to be fair, 24 years old, you already built this like diehard following, like no kids, no relationship. Like, yes, you should.
Yeah, go more power to you.
Yeah.
That's your route.
While also pursuing other things but like,
well, yeah, because she
absolutely.
I'm pretty sure you can still go to AEW and TNA, and I don't think they have like an no OnlyFans policy like WWE does. Yeah, so I think she's kind of free to do all her things. You go, girl.
I don't know. I look at people that don't have kids and have a big following, like,
get your bag.
Yeah.
Get your bag, Cora.
Yeah.
Oh, Shotzi. So Shotzi's an interesting one because she kind of was in the exact same boat that I was. She tore her ACL, had a long recovery, came back. The weird thing is, though, she came back and absolutely fucking killed it. You heard me talking about it.
Yeah.
She formed a new group, a faction in NXT.
She's another one that has such like a unique look character that I think it's surprising. I think though the whole group of you, I put like you, Shayna, Dakota, Shotzi. I feel like it's like these are like characters that have been built up over time that like to just X them and bring up new talent, like time goes into building up a good character.
Well, equity.
And I feel like Shotzi like was another one. Like you think of Shotzi, you think of bright green hair and like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So it was Tatum Paxley, Gigi, and Shotzi. They formed this group in NXT. It was a cool, like punky, gothy vibe faction that we never have had before to that extent. They were so cool. They had such a cool entrance. And I watched their match highlights and it was great. They were doing great.
How long has Shotzi been there?
So Shotzi's had a very tumultuous journey to WWE. And that's like kind of I give her all the credit in the world for having such tenacity. Talk about heart and tenacity to get where she is today. She was at my audition for Tough Enough. She was set to be an alternate for Tough Enough, which she would have then been on Tough Enough because one girl ended up quitting. So the alternate was used. It was Chelsea. So her and Chelsea were supposed to be the alternates, but she had some health issue. And so they bumped her out of being an alternate. So she went back on the independent scene. And then I don't exactly know the timeline after that, but she tried out again. Eventually she gets hired. She's probably been in the company. If I was there like 9.5 years, I want to say Shotzi was probably there like 5.5, 6. Like she was there a good amount of time and she was cool. She was different. They had put her in some big pay-per-view matches over the past few years.
Remember they did that whole bit. I loved it. I like big, like impactful stuff. Remember when she shaved her head?
Yeah.
She like went crazy in that one scene.
Well, that would have been a great, and I think she was public about this, but you know, her sister was suffering with an illness and had to shave her head or lose her hair. So Shotzi wanted to do that angle to be with her sister and make her sister feel, you know, to be with her sister and show her sister support. And so I thought that was so fucking cool. And that, again, that's what I mean by if the machine gets behind you, because that was a perfect moment where had they got behind crazy Shotzi with the shaved head and booked the shit out of her.
It's like, that's the whole thing. It's like they give you this one little baby like moment, but then they just drop it and like never go back to it. It like like when you weren't GM anymore. And you like lost it. And then you went out, you had one match or one something and you were like being crazy, like as if you were literally being crazy. And then they didn't do it. And then they sat you home for like 3 months or something. Like they did nothing with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You remember?
Oh yeah, I remember. Oh,
it's just like so dumb. Like go with this stuff. Like
Vince had said, well, the writers had told me that Vince had said, so I don't really know how accurate it is, but like, oh man, we really dropped the ball with that one. Because
everyone knew it.
Everyone knew it. It was like you spent 2 years building the equity in me as this devilish heel GM to then get no payoff.
Yeah.
It was like one little angle with Bianca and it was like dead in the water. And it was like, man, we could have done so much with that. We could have strung it along so much longer. I don't know what happened, but nonetheless, I think Cora Jade has a really bright future too. I think Shotzi has a bright future. I can see Shotzi going to any of these places. It's rare when you see a list of fired people and you're like, oh, all of them can go anywhere.
Well, it's so weird. I feel like they're doing something behind the scenes. I don't know if they don't know what they're doing right now or if they're just like, we want to overhaul and we want to change. I don't know what it is, but the names that are on the list, like when there have been releases in the past, like obviously we always like stayed up with, you would like stay up to date, like, oh, all these people just got released today. Like, I don't know a lot about wrestling or wrestlers in general. I only know obviously like the people that are predominantly in my face, but like lately it's been so bizarre to me with who they're letting go. And that was my point. Like, are they not sure what they're doing? So they're just pulling the trigger quick and not
baby, they're more sure than ever. Don't underestimate the
like,
conglomerate of TKO and WWE. They know what they're doing. I
feel like they're trying to do an overhaul a little bit. Like you're letting go so many really predominant names that it just doesn't like,
well, maybe
like even indie, like they're just so random. I feel like,
well, maybe it is a little bit of what you said, like out with the old, in with the new, and they're trying to kind of clean slate it.
But like Cora Jade was brand new. She wasn't even at main roster yet, and she's killing it in NXT. Like,
yeah, that's one that doesn't make that much sense to me either. I don't know. They said age and salaries. So let's talk about like the salary curse, because I've heard this for years, and like it's true and it's not true. What they say is like when you go in for negotiations for your contract, you can ask for a lot, but it's kind of a blessing and a curse, because if you get it, then when they go to do cuts, you're in a certain category of, well, they're paid $2 million. This person's paid 300. We can keep the person that's paid 300 and give them another year to see if they can do what we think they can do. But the person that's 2 million that's not living up to their worth, they gotta go. You're kind of like on the cut list automatically. But that's true and that's not true, because at the end of the day, that's all about delivering and what they want. Like if you're what they want and they have no problem paying you $2 million. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you're bringing in merch sales and you're heavily televised and being booked as such, like they're going to keep you. So it's like, it's true and it's not true, because I could name ones on that list that weren't paid a ton. You know what I mean?
And they still just let them go. Yeah.
Right. So it's like, that's kind of like a double-edged sword.
And age, then even if, who said this? TKO? So that's like the people inside, like the insider said that, which is interesting. But I also feel like with the age thing, I feel like that just kind of goes hand in hand with saying
it wasn't just the inside, it was the people making the decisions.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I thought maybe like another company said that, like, well, it was
speculating
like,
it was speculation, but I think it was like
said.
Yeah. It was the reason.
Well, that goes along with the whole thing, like out with the old, in with the new. Like,
yeah,
they're trying to like, I don't know.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I'm excited for some of my friends, because I think that sitting in catering for 4 or 5 months can be so bad on your mental health and your self-worth when you're in this industry, that getting released and being able to fly free like a bird again and go show the world who the fuck you are and what you're made of is almost better sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm excited to see what they do next. I think we're going to have maybe someone who's friends with us on this podcast soon, so stay tuned for that. But you know what's really funny? The whole time we were sitting here talking about like their statements post-release, it kept reminding me of something. And I don't know if you probably did watch the whole video.
What?
But did you see the video that Gypsy Rose just posted
yesterday
to her old boy? Was her boyfriend or husband?
Her husband.
Her ex-husband, Ryan Anderson.
I don't even know if ex-husband. I think they're still technically married.
Wait, what?
I'm not sure if they finalized their divorce yet.
Really?
I'm not sure.
Wait, but did you watch the video?
The whole thing, of course.
I didn't watch the whole thing. All
right. So if you guys don't know, what happened was Gypsy, as soon as she got out of jail, married a guy named Ryan that she met while she was still in jail.
Well, Gypsy Rose, you guys know, is the woman that killed her mother because her mother was, what's the Munchausen syndrome. She was pretending her daughter was ill and putting feeding tubes in her and torturing her and all this horrible stuff.
Yeah.
So finally she killed her mom, went to jail, got released from jail.
So immediately got married to this guy, Ryan. But before Ryan, she was in a long-term relationship with this guy named Ken while she was always in jail, never free. She ended up, after just like a few months, it was very short, she decided she's actually still in love with Ken. She wants to end things with Ryan, go be with Ken, immediately gets pregnant. Oh yeah, he
A little bit of.
and you're like stutter and like, I don't know how to talk to it the right way.
That's why that Google app is great where you can just upload pictures.
Yeah, but I can't upload a photo of
what you're trying to ask. Oh, I'm happy you won, Renee. Matt, I don't know you, but I'm happy you won too. But okay, those are the winners of the giveaway contest. We love you guys. Make sure you head over to the Patreon. You message me, give me your mailing info. We will ship that out to you. We're super excited about it.
Okay, this has been a good stream. I'm probably gonna wait. I'm probably gonna go 4 hours. Wow, 4 hours is a lot. I've been going 4 hours in a while, but I might go 4 hours. Show another video and then I'll close. 4 hours. Wow. Let's think of another video to show. I think we'll close it off with Uncle Tim rants and reviews. The Gold Era collection. We'll end it with the golden era of collecting is over. We'll end it with that. Call it a day. Long stream.
Hello, YouTube fam. How you doing? It's your Uncle Tim. This is Uncle Tim Rants and Reviews, a channel where I rant and I review. I'm your host, Uncle Tim. Fam, the golden age of action figure collecting is done. It's over, bro. It's not the way it used to be. Man, it used to be where everybody was able to get something and be happy about it before these retailers and manufacturers started making an inflated demand for the item, whereas they're only creating so many. And, you know, you one of the people that don't get it, you know. Then it was fun collecting. All of a sudden, the fun was sucked out of it, that people started looking at it as a way to profit, you know, and that really killed it. You know, it happened with video games. It happened with gym shoes, man. It happened with Funko Pops, bro. Hot Wheel cars. Man, everything done felt the pinch. Comic books, man. Now you're sitting here looking and thinking to yourself, you're like, damn, you know, Ross, you know, came about and, you know, people got a second win, you know, because back in the day, man, you had places like Toys R Us, KB Toys, Kids World, I think, FEL Swartz. You had a lot of toy stores. Then you had mom and pop toy stores, man, that, you know, were actually doing good at one point in time. But with all of this competition, it's driving a lot of people out. You got Amazon, eBay, whatnot, StockX, Mercari, Temu, AliExpress. You got all of these people all of these companies competing with you, man. And now you're sitting here thinking like, damn, is it even fun anymore? Used to be able to go to Ross now, because a few Christmases ago, we got spoiled with Ross, man. Well, not Christmas, but hell, leading up to Christmas, they just had stuff everywhere, man. And it was just an explosion. It got a lot of people back into collecting, Ross, DD's, Ollie's. It got a lot of people back into collecting because a lot of people had stopped because of the prices. The prices were, and still is to this day, kind of jacked up, man. Depending on what you're buying, man, you just do not see the value for your money. And that's real talk. That ain't me just exaggerating or just, trying to knock something down. It's me telling the truth. Think about it. I want you to think about this real good. Think about it. You see all these toy tubers, and they show you stuff at Ross, man. And in some of their videos, they're telling you, man, you got resellers over there picking the aisles clean, man. And I'm thinking like, damn, before you even have an opportunity to look and, even to get out there and check, I understand, you snooze, you lose, but damn, come on. Give us an opportunity to buy some of the stuff, man. And, and that's the thing, even with Ollie's. I went into Ollie's and the lady said, man, I seen you buy this stuff and I thought you was a reseller because we had like 4 or 5 guys in here shopping carts full of stuff. Dude, and just mind you, I only had 5 items in the damn cart. I'm like, but the way she went about it and explained it to me, man, it broke it down to me. I had the same thing happen at like 4 or 5 Rosses, man. So, that's the thing. It just had me thinking, man. And I think a lot of people are not getting that. These steps that we've been taking, whereas these companies, these stores, these liquidation stores have been offering us fantastic deals and we've been able to just enjoy and talk about them. But, we talk about them a little too much. Then the resellers find out. And you know what? A lot of times, and I got to say this, a lot of collectors, I say a good 30% of collectors, probably 40% are resellers too. So the same thing with video games and gym shoes, bro. You got, and Funko Pops. You got people that buy 2 or 3 of them, keep 1, sell 2. Hell, we had that with a lot of the HasLab stuff. I seen people buy like 4, I think it was maximum. Hell, I seen people buy like 4 or 5 Galactuses. Bro, all you need is a different credit card and you can have it sent to any other address you want. Hell, it is what it is. I'm looking at it just like this, man. You got to make it make sense for me. Once I got to the point where as I start realizing that I'm competing, not just against some people, I'm competing against everybody just to get a piece. And man, my wife shut it down. I haven't bought anything off of eBay in a while. And, last time I was at Ross was last weekend? My whole thing is, man, I'm paying down these credit cards, man, and they coming down quick. And the thing is, now that, I'm stacking some of that money and I'm paying those bills, bro. Been paying those bills for the longest, man. But you know what? This game that we sit here and think, this rat race, they got us competing against each other to get a toy. And man, and I'm just like, damn, I'm kind of fed up with that. At least with Toys R Us, you see shit all over the shelf. When I went to Canada, even though they were expensive, to Toys R Us, we went to both of them. And they had shit stocked all on the shelves, man. Stuff was all over the pegs. Just mind you, Canada is more expensive than, the United States. So, yeah, you're going to get hit with that. But, with that being said, I wasn't even mad. I was just happy to see stock shelves. It's hard to see stocked anything now. Because I think people feel once you see some stuff, and, I hear people tell me, man, oh, man, these peg warmers, they've been sitting here for 2 weeks. They've been sitting there 2 weeks because nobody know they're there. A lot of people give up. They go around looking and they can't find it. Man, just don't give up on an item. But all of a sudden, you find out that item is there. And guess what you do? You go over there and you buy it all up. Like when Ross had those G.I. Joes, those, what is that? Fiona and I guess the Gator guy. I forgot his name. Anyway, I think they were like $14.99 or $12.99. Man, people bought all of those. They bought Duke and a Ram Cycle. Man, I seen people army building all this shit, man. Snake Eyes. I seen a guy who found a whole bunch of clearance at Ross, man. And he was like, man, none of this is for sale or trade. I'm just happy I found it. Finally, he found like a whole shopping cart full of shit. I'm going to put it in the comments, in the community section for you. You can see what he actually found. It's amazing, man. That's the thing that a lot of people don't understand. We all trying to win. But see, winning takes a lot, man. Sometimes you got to sit back and deal with some shit, man. Collecting is not for the faint of heart. It's not an easy thing because sometimes in it you'll get frustrated. And people are like, if you get frustrated about a hobby, you don't belong there. Man, you get frustrated with any damn thing. You get frustrated with life. I don't think people understand the concept of any damn thing. Hobbies are good as long as you can find the items. Sometimes G.I. Joe go on hiatus. Marvel Legends go on hiatus. Power Rangers. I don't know what the hell happened there. Motu. Man, that's one of the hardest lines to find. And especially these Super 7 figures, man, they are hard to find. You have to find those on the secondary market. DC Multiverse, those are some of the most, I'm going to say it just like this, easier to find figures. Now, some of the chases you may not be able to find, or some figures you may not find, but I have found a lot of them, and it made me feel good. And that's a good thing. You want to feel good when you collect it. You don't want to just be sitting there and be like, man, I couldn't find nothing, man. It was just a whole bunch of rigmarole. But now it's like finding a needle in a haystack, man. You sitting here, you really don't know what's going on. You like, damn, I don't know if we doing this or that. I'm kind of tired. I'm frustrated. I'm angry. I'm sitting here. At this point, you're just looking like, man, I'm just ready to, just move on or do something else, man. And that's what hobbies do. Man, when I had a time to just sit back and reflect, man, I don't even have the urge to look on eBay, but I do go on eBay. I go on eBay to get like snapshot pictures of like the newest toys coming out so we can do a short on them. But far as, me looking up stuff to buy, man, I don't know. That urge passed. And see, that's the thing. When you start looking at the bigger picture, you start thinking like, damn, I couldn't find none of this stuff anyway. The toy companies themselves are not cooperating. Target, Walmart are not cooperating. Hell, some of your Rosses are so damn empty, man. It looks like I don't know what's going on. Dude, like I tell you, I have been to Rosses all over Illinois. I'm going to say, in Chicago and the surrounding suburbs. Wisconsin, Indiana, Michigan, Iowa, another one, probably Missouri, I think. But I've been in these places, man, and we check, and those be dry. I said, it's something about the Midwest that they just do not like. You got a large number of people here, and you think you would just pack these stores full of shit, but no. And that's one of the drawbacks of people leaving too, man. It's so much. You see so many people finding shit and you ain't finding nothing in your area. You're not hating on them. You're just sitting here like, at least could this be fair at least for once? And you just sitting there thinking to yourself, I'm just done, man. I'm done. And you know what? It ain't nothing wrong with being done. It ain't nothing wrong with just saying, man, I need a break. I'm going to just chill for a minute. I'm going to get, to do something better, man. And that's what I'm doing. Dude, shit. The golden age, the golden era, shit of what collecting has been over for a period, man. Even if you're collecting gym shoes. I remember, man, I used to be able to find gym shoes every damn where. When I was younger, as I got a little older, I was finding them everywhere. Now that people are just reselling their ass off, even the damn stores are trying to fight that now. They making it where they destroy the boxes before you leave. Man, because people doing too much, man. People can't even find a damn pair. Man, but to later, fam, thank you for watching. Peace out.
he's got a point. Collecting is not how it used to be, but I still collect games, still collect CDs. I'm still a collector, but that's my little reaction to videos. Went through 4 hours. Wow. I'm gonna close in this video. Peace. Everyone out. Peace. For the video or live stream today. 2 live streams one day. So I'm out. Thanks for joining me, Golden. Thanks for joining me, Samantha. I think Samantha joined me. Samantha Perez, Jack, production, promoter. That's who joined me today. Peace, everyone out. Peace.